And now, a Western drama series created by director Norman Macdonald and writer John Meston. The stories take place in and around Dodge City, Kansas, during the settlement of the American West. The radio version ran from 1942 to 1961 and is commonly regarded as one of the finest radio dramas of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, we present to you Gunsmoke, next on HOJO Radio.
Dodge City and in the territory on west, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Hey, all you pretty travelers, you listen to me. You gotta get welcome to Dodge City proper like. Hey, you there, mister. I said you.
You addressing me, sir?
I reckon I am. You a preacher?
Not exactly.
You dress like a preacher.
If you'll excuse me.
Back up, fancy pants. You ain't no preacher. I figure on making you dance some for the folks.
You think you can hoorah me?
Dude, I said dance. Dance or the next shot will take off one of your toes.
I don't think I'd like that.
Doc, no. All right, Thorne, put up the gun.
Marshal, you got a wild and woolly town here.
Marshal, you move aside. I'm going to make this grinning dude kick up his heels for us.
I'd say that might be quite a trick, Thorne. Unless he's changed a lot since I last met him. Have you, Doc?
Not for the good, Matt.
I was afraid.
Oh, you pasty-faced tenderfoot. I said for
Shut
you...
up, Thorne. He's drunk, Doc.
He's dead. You just don't know it yet.
I'll take it good if you'd meet me later at my office.
All right, Matt. For you.
Well, that's sure a lot of talk. Now I'm going to shoot that dude's boot heels.
Fire one shot and I'll pistol whip you, Thorne.
What's that? You're kind of forgetting who's holding a gun, ain't you? Oh!
I wasn't forgetting.
Oh, my wrist. You broke my wrist.
I doubt it. Now let's go to jail.
Oh, you can't put me in jail. I'm phone Finley.
Move.
Oh, you wait till I tell Big Jack about this, and I will, too.
Do that. He might be grateful to me for saving your neck. You pulled some fool stunts, Thorne, but you've never been closer to dying than just a minute ago.
You mean from that fancy pants? Well, I could handle 6 like him.
That makes you a lot of man. I can name a dozen pretty good gun hands who can't handle one of him.
What?
That's Doc Holliday.
There you are. Salute, Matt.
Salute, Doc. That sounds worse, Doc.
Yeah, I got orders to go to Arizona. Air is dry there, better for my lungs.
Going?
Thought I might. Wyatt invited me to visit him. He and Virgil and Morgan are the law down there. Some little mining town called Tombstone.
Well, it sounds peaceful anyway.
If it isn't, it will be by the time Wyatt Earp gets through. He is the peacemakingest man I ever met outside of you. Matt, who was the tellerhead down at the depot anyway?
Oh, Thorne? He's just a spoiled kid.
Kid? Couldn't be much younger than you.
Sure, but Thorne never grew up. His father has coddled him and protected him and gotten him out of scrapes ever since he was a pup. He's never had to be a man. Not with Big Jack wet nursing him.
Big Jack. Big Jack Finley.
Oh, you know him?
I've heard of him.
Well, that figures. He owns about half of Kansas. Star in a box runs more cows than he can count.
Swings a lot of weight in Dodge.
Too much.
Mr. Dillon, somebody said that Doc Holliday'd come into town today, and he... Oh, excuse me.
It's all right, Chester. Why don't you shake hands with him?
Don't mind if I shake with my left hand. It's kind of habit.
Yeah, I know. Mr. Dillon has the same habit.
He would. How about dinner tonight, Matt?
Sure. How long will you be in Dodge?
Not long. Just till I finish a chore.
Oh? That chore have anything to do with Big Jack Finley?
Might say so. Gonna kill him.
All right, Dillon. Turn him loose.
You forgot to close the door, Mr. Finley.
You're going to turn my boy loose? I'm going to have to do it for you.
You got a writ of habeas corpus?
Writ? Thorne didn't commit no crime.
The charges are drunken, disorderly, disturbing the peace, and attempted assault with a deadly weapon.
I was.
You still need a writ.
But, man, Judd and Nathan does what I say, and you know it. Don't you think I can get a writ?
I'm sure you can and will. You always do.
Then what's the point, Dillon? It's just a lot of useless red tape.
It's a law. And close the door on the way out. All right, Thorne.
Didn't I tell you Big Jack would get me out? When are you going to learn you can't play?
Save the speech.
The law can't touch a Finley. You ought to get smart, Marshal.
Like you?
Sure, like me. Hi, Big Jack.
You okay, son?
Fine.
Anything else, Mr. Finley?
Why, yes. My boy here is a little boisterous sometimes, I know. High-spirited, you understand?
Uh-huh. So?
So, I want to put a stop to all this nonsense of yours, arresting him every time he kicks up his heels a bit.
Well, go on.
Well, I'm offering you a job. Let's say, protecting my interests. $200 a month.
And no work, naturally.
I see we understand each other perfectly. No work, of course.
All I have to do is just shut my eyes whenever Junior here breaks the law, huh?
I said we understand each other. There's no need to elaborate on it, Dillon.
There's a big need. Only how do I explain to a person like you that some men don't wear a price tag?
Huh?
How do I explain how I feel about a so-called respectable citizen making the law his private doormat?
Hey, you're nothing but the stupid gunman I've always thought you were. I understand you took the part of Doc Holliday against my son.
I kept Thorne from committing suicide, yeah.
You sided with a notorious killer against an important citizen of this community. Now I'm telling you, Dillon, get rid of Doc Holliday. I don't want him in Dodge tomorrow.
Doc may be a gunfighter, but he's clear with the law, Finley, and a better man than your son will ever be.
What? Why,
That hurts, doesn't it?
I'm serving notice, Marshal. You run that killer out of Dodge City, or I'll do it myself.
Big Jack Finley, cattleman and self-made king of southern Kansas. No better or worse than most of the men carving empires out of the West, until love for his son blinded him to the fact that Thorne Finley had gone bad. And from here on, I knew the war was on between Big Jack and me.
So Big Jack Finley's going to run me out of town, huh?
No, unless I do it first.
Oh? I do something naughty, Matt?
Well, you threatened a man's life.
What's that? And just between friends, Matt.
Anything else, Doc? Not murder.
Murder? I give him an even break.
With you, that's still murder. Don't you think you better tell me about it?
Mm-hmm. What if I don't tell you?
Well, then my job's to warn Finley and try to protect him.
You're a tough man to be friends with, Matt.
It applies to you, too, doesn't it?
Guess maybe it does at that. Didn't realize how I put you on the spot by spouting off my good intentions. Sorry.
Forget it. You want to talk to me?
All right. Remember a girl named Ruth Davis?
Mm-hmm. Died in a riding accident a few months ago. I always wondered if it wasn't suicide. She lost her brother 2 weeks before that.
No accident. No suicide.
You sure?
Sure. You know, Ruth and her brother ran the ranch alone.
Mm-hmm.
A man started pestering Ruth, and she hated him. Her brother kicked the man off the ranch. This fella dry-gulched Ruth's brother, made it look like a robbery.
You have any proof of this?
Yeah. Ruth was afraid to go to the law, so she sent a letter to me. Here, read it yourself. She says the man was Finley and says she expects him to try and shut her up for good.
And that doesn't mean it's Big Jack.
I went to see Ruth's folks. They had her belongings. Among them, I found this.
Watch chain.
Engraved JF on the clasp. Jack Finley. You see why I've got to kill him, Matt? He forced Ruth's horse over that cliff, sure. But do you still think she died accidental?
No. But who's responsible is something for a court to decide.
Court? With Finley's money and influence, he wouldn't spend 5 days in jail even if he was convicted, which he wouldn't be.
He doesn't own the court.
Maybe not, but it's still the most powerful man in the state against a dead girl whose only friend is Doc Holliday. How do you think a judge will decide?
Doc, I'm going to ask you a favor.
Make it one I can give.
I got an idea, but you must let me handle it my way. Give the law a chance.
All right, Matt, I can wait.
Thank you. I'll keep this letter in chain for a while.
All right, but if the law fails, I'll brace Big Jack Finley when he walks out of the courthouse.
And you'll be bracing 2 men, Doc. Finley and me. Come in.
Morning, Marshal. Looks like it'll be a fine day.
Well, you're up kind of early just to bring me a weather report, aren't you, Judge Nathan?
Huh? Oh, well, I want to see you.
Go right ahead. You mind if I finish shaving?
No, please do. Just thought I'd chat with you about the...
About the Finleys?
Yes. It seems that Big Jack's very upset by your attitude.
I'm not surprised.
He feels you're a little rough on his boy.
I am. But then his boy's a little rough.
Yeah. Well, perhaps Thorne is high-spirited, like yesterday.
Yesterday he was just plain high. Tell me, Judge Nathan, how do you like being on Finley's payroll?
What?
You know, you used to be a pretty decent person.
Oh, you can't talk to me like
Yes, I can. I'm sending a copy of Thorne's record to the governor.
Governor?
And with it, I'm sending a list of the writs you've issued to get him out of jail and a copy of the court records.
I've only tempered my justice with mercy, that's all.
Thorne's been arrested for 18 offenses, convicted of 10, spent no time in jail, and paid a total of $15 in fines. I'd say you've been very merciful.
You said you were sending this to the governor. You haven't actually mailed it yet?
No. You got an out.
Not that I don't feel justified in any decisions I've made, but such a report might cause undue talk at the Capitol.
And ruin your political hopes. Well, my conditions are simple. Get off Finley's payroll now.
Very well.
And give me cooperation from here on, no matter who's involved. Do that and I shelve the report.
I'll do it.
Mr. Dillon, troubles are making.
What kind of trouble, Chester?
It's Big Jack Finley, Mr. Dillon. He's rounding up his crew at the Alfraganza. They're going to ride Doc Holliday out of town on a rail. Did you cut yourself shaving?
return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, don't forget, starting Monday, CBS Radio's tremendous news staff will start bringing you the complete coverage of the Democratic Convention in Chicago. As you found during the Republican Convention, CBS Radio never misses. So, starting Monday, stay with CBS Radio all day and evening for the Democratic Convention. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
Doc.
What?
Wake up, Doc. It's Matt.
Oh.
What's up?
Trouble. Lots of trouble. Big Jack Finley's organizing a little citizens committee of his own hand-picked men coming to escort you out of town.
On a rail?
Yeah, that's the general idea. Here, take the shotgun.
Yeah, I'll hide it under the covers, modest-like.
Here. I'll wait against the wall here.
Good. That'll put them in a crossfire.
If it comes to that.
If there's enough of them, we're in a spot.
Yeah, likely we are.
You're risking your neck to save me some bruises. One I owe you, friend Matt.
It's my job.
Still one I owe you.
There he is. Wrap him up.
All right, stop right there. I'll shoot the man who takes another step.
You think you're going to stop us, Dillon?
I think so. Me and Doc.
Doc.
Show him, Doc.
Sure thing, Marshal. Look, boys, surprise.
Shotgun.
I sure do love surprises.
Dillon, I've got a dozen men with me.
Well, sure, about 6 of them will die, Finley, if you don't crawl out of here fast.
And guess who'll die first, Big Jack?
You there, Moncrief. I always figured you for some brains. Get your boss out of here, quick.
Sure talking sense, Big Jack.
Shut up, Moncrief. You showing yellow.
Oh, but, man, there's nothing here for us to die over.
Listen to him, Finley. That greener Doc is holding has 18 buckshot in each barrel.
I'll get slaughtered if he triggers that thing.
And I'm getting edgy, Finley.
And me, if I get a coughing spell, I'm liable to shoot without meaning to.
All right, all right. This is twice you have made a Finley back down. You'll never get a third chance. Let's get out of here.
Matt, when you going to arrest him?
When I'm ready. Not long.
I hope not. Getting impatient to see that man dead.
Got your message, Marshal. I hope it's important.
It is, Moncrief. How long you been foreman for Big Jack?
15, 16 years.
You know him pretty well. Would he be the kind to kill a girl?
No, of course not. Guess he'd kill a man if he got mad enough, but he wouldn't kill no girl, Marshal.
Well, I have proof that he did. A girl and her brother, but it doesn't set right. I'm hoping you can help.
What's your proof, Marshal?
The letter that names Finley as the man. Ruth Davis wrote it before she died.
Ruth Davis.
And this watch chain was found with her belongings. It's engraved on the back.
I know. I was with Big Jack when he bought this chain in Chicago. It was right after his wife died.
Big Jack wear it all the time?
You rode the right hunch, Marshal.
What?
Thorne is your man, just like you figure. He had a yen for the Davis girl, but he kept it quiet. Guess he didn't want it known she throwed him over.
But the watch chain...
Big Jack gave that to Thorne on his 25th birthday. Whole ranch can testify to that.
Good. All right, thank you, Moncrief.
You, gonna try and arrest Thorne?
Why?
If Big Jack believes Thorne killed that girl, it'll break his heart.
Broke her neck.
If he don't believe it,
Then?
he'll protect Thorne. And, Marshal, there's not enough lawmen in the state of Kansas to make Big Jack give up his son.
Yeah, what it... Oh, it's you, Marshal. And,
John Holliday. Doc, this is Judge Nathan.
Holiday? Oh, yes, I've heard of you.
I've heard of you, too, Judge. Wonder which has heard the worst.
What's that? Why,
Judge, I'm here on business.
Oh, of course. Come in, won't you? In my study here, so we won't be disturbed. Oh, what is it, Marshal?
I want you to swear out a warrant for Thorne Finley's arrest. Charge, murder. You sure you want to go with me, Doc?
I'm sure.
All right, hold up your right hand.
Oh, no, Matt, you wouldn't make me a lawman.
If you go as my deputy. I'm not letting you make this a private fight.
And with my friends, if they hear I wore a star... All right, Matt, it's your show.
You swear to uphold and enforce the laws of this community, the state of Kansas, and the United States to the best of your ability as deputy marshal, so help you God?
All of that?
All of that.
I swear.
Here, pen on this badge.
All right, man. You know, I have a feeling this badge is going to cramp my style something terrible.
Better breathe our horses going up through this pass. We still got a good ride ahead.
How far?
Oh, about 10 miles.
Mm-hmm. What do you think, Matt? Will they fight?
Well... Doc!
Stay in your horse, Marshal. Grab some clouds. Keep those hands high. Bill Queen's on the other side of the path behind you. That's being smart, Dillon. Queen will drop you if you touch her gun butt.
You're handy at this bushwhacking, aren't you, Thorne? If Doc...
He's all right. My slug seems to have bounced off his thick skull.
Good.
Yeah, let's pull your teeth. Better you do it. With your left hand, reach down and across slow. Pull your gun out with your fingertips and toss it away.
Nervous?
Just cautious.
Or maybe this queen doesn't exist, huh, Thorne?
Queen! Queen's one of Dad's men, but I pay him extra to work for me. Any more questions?
I guess not. There's my gun.
The rifle next.
I got a penknife in my pants pocket.
You know why Holliday came to Dodge?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you do. You wouldn't be riding with him. Well, he's not going to tell any stories to my dad or anyone else.
You can't kill us, you stupid...
Not planning on killing you.
And what have you got planned?
Queen's kind of a magician. He's going to make Holliday just disappear. Folks won't care much about one of his kind.
I would. I'd care so much I'd hang you for it.
No. No, with Holliday gone, it's your word against mine. And you won't be able to approve a thing, Dillon.
You sure of that?
I'm sure. Otherwise, I'd take care of you along with Holliday. Now get on and start walking back to town. It's like I told you. Law can't touch a Finley.
It was no time for heroics, so I walked. When I reached a turn, I cut back through the rocks, but it was too late. They were gone. And with them, the horses, guns, and Doc Holliday. 2 miles up the road, I found my horse turned loose. And with a mind full of cold hate, I raced on to the Star in a Box. On the front porch of the ranch house was one of Big Jack's men.
Hold it right there.
Out of my way, mister. I'm in no mood to shake hands.
Where you heading, lawman?
You don't hear well.
Dillon.
Where's Holiday?
How should I know? Get off my ranch.
And where's that prize son of yours?
What?
Trot him out. I want him.
Do you now? What on earth for?
Thorne, put that gun away.
Oh, no. This is just in case the marshal loses his temper.
I've lost it, Junior.
Sure.
Dillon, I've had all I'm going to stand from you.
You just think you have. Where's Holiday, Thorne? Where'd Queen take him?
Holiday? Why, I haven't the faintest idea. Where is Queen, Dad?
Riding fence line, but...
See, Marshal, we don't know where your friend is.
You're under arrest, Thorne.
What's that?
Ask him to show the warrant.
Here. Read it, Finley.
Oh, no. No, that's not possible. The judge wouldn't issue a warrant without proof.
He has proof, Thorne.
This is a lie. Thorne couldn't be guilty of murder.
No. Take a look at his face.
Son.
Daddy's trying to frame me. Don't let him get away with this.
No, I won't. I won't. Get out, Dillon.
Man, open your eyes. This is not going to help you.
You heard me. I don't believe you, your warrant, or your proof. I believe my son. So get off this ranch. Get out of the state. You let me see you again, so help me, I'll kill you myself.
Forget me. You're bucking the law. You
I
can't
make
do
my
that.
own law.
So do I.
Doc Holliday.
But you're supposed to be dead. Queen was supposed
He's
to...
the one who's dead. I carry a knife in my boot just for men like him.
Thorne, God help me. You are guilty.
He sure is. And if he knows any prayers, he'd better get 'em over with.
No, Doc. He goes back with us as our prisoner.
You're wrong, Marshal. I'll take care of my son.
Dad. No.
You
Stay
rotten,
back.
lying, murderous
Please.
pup.
Please don't,
I
Dad.
should have strangled
Stay
you in
away
the
from me.
cradle when you were
Stay away.
just
I'll
a
shoot. I'll
baby.
shoot you all.
Finley, look out! I threw myself at Finley. Both of us hit the floor, rolling away from Thorne as he raised his gun to fire. Then in the doorway, the blood-stained, terrible figure of Doc Holliday went into action. His pale hands blurred over his whole...
Ruth Thorne. Ruth?
Thanks, Chester.
You sure you won't stay around a while, Doc?
Yeah, we're good friends, Matt, but you're a peace officer. I guess I'm not a very peaceful man.
You could be, Doc.
No, I'm not going to change, and you shouldn't. Law needs men like you. No, if I stayed, there's too good a chance I might cross you.
Yeah.
Then I'd have to meet you over gun barrels, and it's one thing I'm afraid of. So long, Matt.
Good luck, Doc.
My. I never would have thought Doc Holliday was scared of meeting anyone in a gunfight.
You don't understand, Chester. Doc's afraid because he might beat me.
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Herb Purdom, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in our cast were Harry Bartell as Doc Holliday, with Lee Millar, Nestor Paiva, Ralph Moody, and Tom Tully. Parley Bear is Chester. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with the U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Starring William Conrad. The story of the violence that moved west with young America. The story of a man who moved with it. Matt Dillon, United States Marshal.
Jeannie, what's the matter?
Good morning, Miss Wells.
Good morning, Chester. Matt, I've got to talk to you.
Sure. Chester?
You folks will have to excuse me. I can't be puttering around the office all day. I'll be in the back if you want me.
Yeah?
Matt, he's here in Dodge City. I just saw him. He came in on the morning train.
You mean Ed Beaudry?
Yes. It's been 4 years, Matt. I'd begun to hope he'd forget. Hope he wouldn't find us.
From what you've told me, Beaudry doesn't sound like a man who ever forgets.
He's come here looking for Bert. To kill him, he swore he would. Matt, what are we going to do?
I don't know. What's Bert think about it?
He doesn't know yet. He's busy at the blacksmith shop. Matt, you've got to help us. You're the only real friend we have out here.
It might make it easier if I weren't, Jeannie. I'm supposed to maintain law and order in Dodge. That's my job. Doesn't leave much leeway to mix in on personal quarrels.
Well, there's no quarrel. It's just that Ed Beaudry's a hot-tempered fool. Bert never did anything to him.
He married you, didn't he?
A woman has a right to change her mind, Matt.
Maybe Beaudry doesn't think so.
Matt, you promised me once in Louisville.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. All right, Jeannie, go on home and don't say anything to Bert. I'll talk to Beaudry.
Thank you. I'll never forget it. Goodbye, Matt.
Chester.
Yes, sir. I'll be right there, Mr. Dillon. Did Miss Wells leave?
Yeah.
Fine couple, the Welleses. Did you know them before they came out west?
Not Bert. I do Mrs. Wells. I guess we better drop over to the Texas Trail, Chester. There's a fella in town planning to do some killing.
Matt, it's been a long time.
Hiya, Kitty.
Hello, Chester.
Miss Kitty?
Come sit down, Matt. Tell me about things.
I can't right now, Kitty. We're looking for a fella. Thought he might have come in here.
Sooner or later, they all do. Stranger, Matt?
Yeah. He came in on the morning train. His name's Ed Beaudry.
Oh, him. There, the bar, Matt. Third from the end, next to Tulsa Jim Nixon. He's buying Irish whiskey for everybody.
Thank you, Kitty. Come on, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Watch yourself, Matt.
Yeah, sure, Kitty. I'll see you later.
All right, bartender, set up another round of Jamesons for the house.
Your name, Beaudry?
Oh, that's right, mister.
Matt Dillon. I'm a U.S. Marshal here. I'd like to talk to you.
Fine, go ahead and talk.
Tulsa, suppose you move on down the bar for a couple of minutes, huh?
Oh, what's your idea, Marshal? This man's a friend of mine.
You're not very particular about your friends. Now go on, Tulsa. Drift. Mr. Beaudry, you came here to kill Bert Wells, didn't you?
Did I?
Well, here's some advice. Don't do it. Take the next train and get out of town.
Is that official? Just what's the charge, Marshal?
None. Yet. Murder if you go through it.
Well, not the way I understand it. Murder's one thing. Calling a man in a fair fight, that's another thing.
Beaudry, I'm the law here in Dodge, and I don't see it as a fair fight. Bert's a blacksmith, and he's not used to handling a gun. You are. And so I'm told.
Who told you, Marshal? I don't know anybody here. Wait a minute. Dillon? Yeah. I heard Jeannie mention you.
You knew her back in Louisville before she ran off. We'll leave her out of this, Baudry. So that's it. This isn't official. You're just doing a personal favor for an old friend. Probably a very close friend. Jeannie always did have a weakness. I warned you once. All right, hold it. Now get up, Baudry.
That was a mistake, Dillon. Now I'll have to kill you, too.
I'm not a blacksmith, Baudry.
I'll look you up just soon as I've finished with Bert Wells.
If you kill Bert, you won't have to look me up.
Bert. Huh? Oh, Matt. I didn't see you come in.
I wanted to talk to you, Bert.
About what, Matt?
Ed Baudry's in town.
Baudry? Well, it was bound to happen sometime. Has he been bothering Jeannie?
No, she just happened to see him get off the train this morning. She came and told me.
She shouldn't have done it, Matt. It's not your problem.
Maybe it is, Bert. I'm the law in Dodge, and the law doesn't like the idea of personal grudges ended up in a killing.
What do you aim to do?
Prevent it if I can.
Well, I wish you luck.
You haven't worn that gun for 2 years, Bert. Why start now?
I've got no choice, Matt. You know that.
You mean you got no chance? If you let Baudry call a showdown, he'll kill you.
Maybe.
Look, Bert, why don't you take to the prairie, hole up for a week or so while I figure some way of running Baudry out of town, huh?
Would you do it, Matt? Hide out and let somebody else do your fighting for you?
Well, what I'd
That's
do is...
beside the point, Bert.
Jeannie.
There's a law against killing. And it's Matt's job to enforce it. If you went away, there wouldn't be any fight.
Wouldn't be much honor either, Jeannie. Man can't run and still call himself a man.
He can run from a mad dog, and that's what Ed Baudry is. He never had any claim on me.
It appears he thought he did. Matt, you know where Baudry stands?
I talked to him in the Texas Trail. He probably took one of the rooms upstairs.
Like to walk over there with me?
Well, if that's the way you want it.
No, Bert, you...
I'll get my hat. Be right with you.
Matt, you've got to stop it.
Yeah? How?
I don't know. But there must be something you can do.
Yeah, there is. Boy, it's shaping up. I can probably arrest the survivor. There's still time to turn back, Bert.
Afraid not, Matt. I should have had it out with Baudry back there in Kentucky 5 years ago. Jeannie wanted to run away and avoid trouble, and she was so beautiful it was hard to argue with her.
Yeah, I know. Be hard on her if anything happened to you.
Life's always hard on a woman, I guess. Worse out here on the prairie. Look out for her, Matt, in case I mean if anything.
Mr. Dillon?
Huh? Oh, what is it, Chester?
Baudry left the saloon a little while ago. Went over to the livery stable to hire a horse.
Oh?
I think he's riding out to your place, Mr. Wells. He's been doing a lot of talking.
Jeannie will be there alone, Matt. I better get back home.
Won't be necessary. Here comes Baudry now.
I won't draw unless he does, Matt.
Heads up, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Oh, boy. Oh. Just riding out to call on you, Wells. I decided you'd had plenty of time to look me up.
No reason to, Baudry.
Most men would figure they had reason.
Somebody been in a local saloon telling their wife's history?
What? Baudry, you...
All right, hold it. Don't draw, Bert. Chester, cover Baudry.
Just keep your hands still, Mr. Baudry.
You're fast with that gun, Dillon. Fast enough, Mr. You make Baudry. a good bodyguard. Too bad you can't ride her 24 hours a day. I told you what to expect if you keep pushing this thing, Mr. Baudry. Now use some sense and get out of town while you're still alive. I've been in lots of towns, Dillon, and I left them all alive. Wells, I've been planning to kill you for 5 years.
Plans don't always work out.
Listen, Will. You got till sundown. After that, I'm going to shoot you on sight. All right, Mr. Baudry. If you've finished speaking your piece, move along. Why, surely, Mr. Dillon. See you later.
Well, still a couple of hours before sundown. I think I'd like to spend them with Jeannie. I'll see you, Matt.
Yeah, sure. Goodbye, Bert.
I declare, I just can't see any way of stopping it, Mr. Dillon.
I can't either.
I'd sure hate to be in Bert Wells' shoes.
I'd hate worse to be in Baudry's. He'll never submit to arrest. Chester, I'm going to have to kill him.
Why don't you relax, Matt? You're nervous as a cat.
Yeah, and I'll stay nervous, Kitty, until I find out what's happened to those two.
Baudry slipped out the back way just at dusk. The piano player saw him.
Yeah. Well, Bert pulled the same trick. I had a couple of boys watching the blacksmith shop, but he managed to give them the slip.
There's nothing you can do now, Matt.
Well,
Another killing. And you in the middle again. Why, Matt? Why do you do it?
it's a job, Kitty. Somebody's got to do it.
But why you? There are other things in life if you look around for them.
Well, maybe I will someday.
Will you look my way, Matt?
Well, Matt, I brought my kit. I'm all prepared. Where are the victims?
No victims yet, Doc. You're jumping the gun.
Well, I understand it's going to be a real showdown. The boys at the bar are offering 2-1 on Baudry.
That's about the odds I figure if the shooting really starts.
Oh, it'll start all right. Oh, and there's not a thing in the world can stop it.
Chester, what are you doing in here? I told you to watch that street.
Yes, sir, I know you did.
The fight's as likely to start out there as any place else.
No, sir, Mr. Dillon. I guess there's not going to be any fight.
What?
They just found Baudry lying in an alley down the block.
Matt.
Somebody sneaked up behind him with a hammer. He's sure dead.
We'll return for the second act of Gunsmoke in just a moment. But first, what is the connection between the statue in the square and a pair of thugs who are definitely not on the square with the law? Tonight on Gangbusters, hear the complete details of this exciting case taken from actual police files. Remember, it's Gangbusters later tonight on most of these same CBS radio stations. Don't miss it. Now, the second act of Gunsmoke.
No light showing around the house, Mr. Dillon.
No. Nor the shop either. He might have skipped out.
Well, what about his wife, though?
I don't know, Chester. I can't figure any of this. It's not like Bert to pull a sneaking trick like that.
Hold it. Don't move.
He's there by the tree, Chester.
Yes, sir.
Bert,
Who is it? Who's there?
Matt. Chester's with me. You better put away the gun.
All right, Matt. I thought it was somebody else.
Who, Bert?
You know who. Beaudry, of course.
Guess I better take your gun.
Official, Matt?
Official.
Well, I got no quarrel with the law. Here.
Thank you. Now, why did you do it?
What do you mean?
If it had been a gunfight, the law couldn't have touched you. The circumstances are all in your favor. But this way they'll call it murder, and they'll be right, because that's what it was.
Matt, what are you talking about?
It's no use. You left the hammer lying right beside his body. It's got your sharp brand carved in the handle of it.
Whose body you talking about? You mean Beaudry?
Yeah, sure, Beaudry.
Matt, you're making a mistake. I went looking for Beaudry, yes, but I didn't find him. Then I come back here. I was afraid to leave Jeannie there in the house alone. I didn't do it, Matt. You're wrong.
It's not up to me, Bert. It's the court's job. All I can do is take you in. The evidence is too strong, and I got no choice.
No choice. I didn't have a choice either. We must have had a choice somewhere back down the line. When? Where was it we could have stopped and turned back?
I'm a marshal, not a philosopher. Now, let's go.
What about Jeannie? I got to tell her.
Chester will take care of it.
It'd be better if you'd do it, Matt. You're a friend. That'd make it easier.
I'd rather not if you don't mind. Now, come on, let's go. All right, Bert, step inside.
4 years we've been friends, Matt. I never thought it would come to this.
Neither did I.
You said you didn't find any money on him. It could have been robbery.
Or made to look like robbery. But either way, there's nothing I can do. Now, you better step inside. I'll bring you some blankets and tobacco. If you want anything else, let me know.
Wish I knew how Jeannie was taking it.
She'll be all right. She's a fine girl.
Matt, look out for her, will you?
Bert, a man's job is one thing, friendship's another. This prairie country is rough and tough and wild at the best. And without the law, nobody could survive in it. And that means putting friendship aside sometimes. But a man still doesn't forget. Yeah, I'll look out for her.
Thanks, Matt.
I'll see you later.
Well, you get your prisoner tucked in safely, Mac?
What about Beaudry?
He's dead. Absolutely dead. In fact, I never saw anybody any deader. Blacksmith hammer makes a mighty fine weapon.
Yeah, at least for sneaking up behind.
I can't figure Bert doing that's not like him.
Sometimes a man changes under pressure, Doc. Yeah, I can't figure it either.
What would you say his chances are?
Bad. Straws all point one way.
Maybe somebody's been messing with the straw stack.
Who?
That's a good question, man.
Well, the court will ask it.
Yeah, if he ever gets there.
What do you mean?
I just come from Texas Trail a while ago, and some of the boys are kind of riled up. They're talking real loose.
No law against talking.
Doubt if they aim to leave it at talking, Matt. They figure the evidence is a little on the weak side. A court might turn Bert loose. So they're saying it's up to them.
Yeah, they're just mad because they've lost their source of free drink.
Well, maybe so, but you better keep your eyes open, Matt.
Yeah, I know that fact, Doc. They hunt in the dark and blow down stragglers, and mostly they just talk. So don't worry. Bert's in jail, and that's where he's going to stay.
Matt? Matt, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here. Wait a minute, I'll light the lamp.
What were you doing sitting here in the dark?
Yeah, just thinking, wondering. You shouldn't have come here, Jeannie.
Matt, I want to see Bert.
No visitors after dark. It's a jail rule.
Rules don't have to be enforced.
Mine do. Bert's a prisoner, same as any other prisoner. He's charged with murder.
He didn't do it, Matt.
It's not for me to say.
But you know he didn't. You know Bert. You know he wouldn't do a thing like that. Sneak up behind a man's back in the dark.
I'm not the court, Jeannie.
I know. And they'll believe he did it.
Yeah, the night train's coming in. Hope it's not bringing in trouble.
The morning train did. Matt, I want to see Bert.
I told you that you... Why, you little fool. Give me the gun,
No.
Jeannie.
I warn you, Matt. Stay
Give
back.
me the gun.
No, Matt. So help me,
I said hand it over.
You knew I wouldn't shoot.
Yeah. Now, what did you hope to gain by
I
that?
don't know. Get Bert out. Maybe I don't know. None of this is his fault. Something's got to be done. Matt, you've got to help me.
Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, what is it, Chester?
I just come from the Texas Trail. I think there's going to be some trouble.
Trouble?
The bunch that hangs out around there are doing a lot of drinking and talking up the idea of coming over here to the jail.
Oh, no.
Well, maybe we ought to go over there and do some talking ourselves. Jeannie, I think the best thing for you to do is to go back home and stay there till morning. Now, don't worry about this. Nothing's going to happen.
Oh, but, Matt, you can't handle that crowd alone.
I've been handling things alone for a long time. All right, Chester.
Tulsa Jim Nixon's the one who's been egging them on, Mr. Dillon, over there at the end of the bar.
Yeah, he struck up an acquaintance with Beaudry when he first got off the train. Guess he figures he's an old partner by now. Now, come on.
Yes, sir.
Matt, wait.
Later, Kitty, I got some business with the boys at the bar.
That's what I mean. Tulsa Jim's been buying them drinks for the last 2 hours. They're in a real nasty mood.
So?
So be careful, Matt. That's all. Just be careful.
Kitty, I'm the carefulest man you know.
Sure. We got the law here in Dodge. Supposedly. But what kind of a law is it that lets a man sneak up behind somebody in the dark and murder him in cold blood?
I don't know, Tulsa. Suppose you tell me.
Dillon.
Now, don't let me interrupt you. You were doing fine. Well, this is quite an audience you got. All the panhandlers, bums, and barflies in Dodge. It's quite a collection.
Well, calling names won't change the facts, Dillon.
What facts?
A friend of yours, Bert Wells, that sneaking cowardly murderer.
That's for the court to decide, Tulsa.
The court. They'll turn him loose. They work hand in glove with you. Dillon, we're not going to stand for it.
All right, shut up! So you're not going to stand for it, huh? Well, just what are you planning to do?
You'll find out in due time, Dillon. Oh, I tend to set them up again all around.
Yeah, you've turned into quite a free spender, Tulsa. I never knew you to... A double eagle gold piece. You mind if I take a look at it?
It's good. Don't worry about that.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Where'd you get it?
That's my business, Dillon.
So you're the one who killed Beaudry.
That's a lie.
I thought robbing him was just a cover-up, but it wasn't. There aren't many double eagles around Dodge. Beaudry had a lot of them. Now you. Why would you get a pocket full of gold pieces, Tulsa?
Wells killed Beaudry. The blacksmith hammer was lying right beside him.
Yes, where you left it.
What does she mean?
Tulsa Jim came into my husband's shop late this afternoon. His horse had thrown a shoe. He had plenty of chance to steal that hammer.
She's lying.
Where did you get the gold, Tulsa?
I won it in the poker game last week when the trail herd was...
Tulsa, you're under arrest for murder.
Oh. No, you'll never take me!
All right, Doc. You better get up an inquest.
Confound it, Matt. You never give me any chance to practice on live people.
You wouldn't know what to do with them, Doc.
Well, I do get fewer complaints this way.
Matt, does this mean that Bert's free?
You shouldn't have come here, Jeannie. Yeah, he's free. Chester will go with you over to the jail and let him out.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you for everything. You told me one time in Louisville that...
Louisville? That was a long time ago and a long way off. So, goodbye, Jeannie.
Goodbye, Matt.
What's it all about, Matt?
What? What's anything all about, Kitty? Professor, what do you say we'll have a little tune, huh?
Why, sure thing, Mr. Dillon. What'd you like to hear?
Oh, how about that one of Foster's? Jeannie. Jeannie with the light brown hair.
You bet.
You knew her before, didn't you, Matt?
Yeah, I met her in Louisville one summer. Saw her quite a lot for a couple of months. And then I drifted out west.
A man misses out on things by drifting.
I told her then if she ever needed help to call on me.
Well, she called, and you helped her.
Yeah, I guess. Well, anyway, that's it.
Matt.
Yeah. Yeah, Kitty.
When are you going to help yourself?
Gunsmoke, under the direction of Norman MacDonald, stars William Conrad as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal. Tonight's story was specially written for Gunsmoke by Les Crutchfield, with music composed and conducted by Rex Corey. Featured in our cast were Tom Tully, Lynn Allen, Larry Dobkin, Georgia Ellis, and Barney Phillips. Parley Bear as Chester, and Howard McNear as Doc. Join us again next week as Matt Dillon, U.S. Marshal, fights to bring law and order out of the wild violence of the West in Gunsmoke. What are the tunes most people like best? For the answer to that question, listen to Robert Q. Lewis's Waxworks later tonight over most of these same CBS radio stations. Stay tuned now for Broadway is My Beat, which follows immediately over most of these same radio stations. Roy Rowan speaking. On a Sunday afternoon, the music's delightful on the CBS Radio Network.
By the mid-1950s, when our next program began, most of the actors on the West Coast were doing some sort of television or movie work, so the program was rehearsed and taped for transcription during the evening. Once a week, the cast and crew got together at CBS Studio One in Hollywood to tape the show. In 1956, this was the last radio production studio in use in California. Our series aired 41 episodes from January 22, 1956 to October 28, 1956. We present to you Fort Laramie, next on HOJO Radio.
At the gallop! Ho! Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier, the saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire, and the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
Afternoon, Captain.
Afternoon.
What'll it be?
Oh, glass of rye.
Yes, sir. There you are, Captain. Afternoon off?
No. I just came in to talk to Smithson about some freighting. Well, here's luck.
Well, now, thank you, Captain.
Thought that was a soldier's mount out front.
What's that?
Hello, Captain.
Banyan.
You surprised?
I didn't expect to see you here. Thought you'd be long gone from these parts, Banyan.
Gone, come back, and on my way again.
Huh? To where?
Oh, I think I'll try California, San Francisco this time.
I hear it's a nice place. San Francisco.
Even this place is nice when you aren't in the Army.
Hey, like a drink?
I don't mind.
Another glass here, bartender.
Coming right up.
Yeah. How's civilian life?
Oh, you should try it, Captain. Nobody issuing orders from Washington all the time, you know. Orders telling you to do something foolish about some other foolish thing. I don't suppose any of that's changed much.
Oh, Washington never changes.
All right, gents.
Here you are.
Thanks, Quince. In for the day?
Oh, I'm on my way back right now.
Oh. I thought you might like to join me.
Doing what?
Nice poker game going on over there. They've been at it 2 days, 2 nights now. Now, that fellow there in the Stetson from Montana, he's winning a lot. But he's getting pretty tired. I figure it's just about time for me to walk in with a good night's sleep. Don't you?
Might be.
Yeah, that's how I look at it. Just figure I'll have him wore down in, 6, 7 hours. About the time you're sitting horse at retreat. They still have that, don't they? Retreat.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. Well, thanks for the drink, Captain.
Captain.
Hmm?
That fella you were just talking with. Been around here 2 or 3 days. Don't seem to know what to do with himself.
Fill this up, will you?
Sure. seemed familiar in a way, though. Soldier, was he?
He was in the army, but he was never a soldier. Yeah, see you later.
At ease! Bright and shining for dress parade, soldiers. Bright and shining.
How soon, Sergeant?
They'll sound off any minute, soldier, and you just hope you're not late.
I thought this was a fighting outfit.
How's that?
Well, we had a dress parade last week, Sergeant.
And there may be another next week. I just want to hear wind going by me when that bugle blows. Just wind. When the dust settles, B Company better be all present or accounted for. Carry on. Company will make a good showing, sir.
It had better, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
The book says a clean soldier's a good soldier.
Yes, sir.
And Major Daggett goes by the book. All right, Gorse. Call the men in.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and Gorse.
Sir?
Be sure Trooper Linley stays awake this time.
Guards! Post! Parade! Rest! B Company! Carry! Arms! Parade! Rest! C Company! Carry! Ups! Parade! Rest! Sound off! Battalion! Attack! Crack! Reason! Ho! Sir, the parade is formed. Take your post, sir. Dismiss the parade, sir. Parade is dismissed.
Officers, forward. Guide centered. Turn. Officers, halt.
You're to be complimented, gentlemen. The troopers were well turned out. There are no orders to be published, so that's all, gentlemen.
You walking over to the mess, Quince?
Oh, I'm going back to the orderly room. Corporal Mercer has got some reports for me. I'll see you at the mess later, Meade.
All right.
Retreat parade is still just the same, isn't it?
How did you get on this post?
Pretty simple. Just told the sentry I wanted to enlist in the army.
What do you want, Banyan?
I wasn't lying to the sentry. I want to enlist.
You don't have any use for the army. You didn't while you were in.
You going to try to talk me out of it?
Come on in. Didn't that poker game turn out too well?
Oh, that feller from Montana, he wasn't as tired as he looked. He cleaned me out. So I guess I'm not going to San Francisco.
Men don't usually enlist in the army for just a meal and a bed.
Oh, that's right, Captain. You generally find a meal and a bed any place.
Why do you want to get back in the army, Banyan?
Now, once before, I filled out an enlistment blank. And I saw things asking me my full name and where I was from and how old and if I had prior service and all things like that. I never saw a line on one of them asking why.
Corporal Mercer.
Yes, sir.
Will you tell the doctor I have a recruit to be examined?
Yes, sir.
Here. Fill this out.
Oh, sure.
If you're physically acceptable, I'll swear you in tonight.
Oh, I got a civilian horse and some other things back in town.
Then you can go back to town and dispose of them. Report back here first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
I hope you know what you're doing, Banyan.
I thought on it. Long time I thought on it.
All prisoner accounted for, sir.
All right, Sergeant. Dismiss the company.
Yes, sir. Company! Dismiss!
Sergeant Gorse.
Yes, sir.
I want to talk to you. We have a new man coming in today, Sergeant. Non-commissioned officer.
A non-com, sir?
That's right.
This company?
This company.
He transfer out here, sir?
He re-enlisted. It's Will Banyan.
Banyan?
Banyan served 6 years. He was entitled to 3 stripes coming in.
Captain.
What is it?
Banyan never could forget he was related to some officer on the general staff back in Washington. He held that up in front of everybody. It was kind of touchy then. Could be the same all over again.
That isn't quite clear.
Well, some of the officers didn't know how to take him. Neither did the men. He just got himself some easy stripes.
Easy or not, he's got 'em, Sergeant.
You asked me to keep this company running, sir. I like to keep it running. There's no place for Banyan and me both.
I'll see you after mess.
Yes, sir.
nothing else to do. So I left her right there.
Yeah.
I took the first stage into Cheyenne. Then I came on here.
You were a civilian about 8 months then.
Yeah, 8 months, 2 weeks, 3 days, and 4...
Good morning, sir. Morning, Mr. Washburn. Banyan, you may be in civilian clothes right now, but you're in the Army again. Now get on your feet. You know where the mess hall is located?
Well, no, I think I can still remember.
As soon as you've had your breakfast, report to Sergeant Gorse. He'll take you over to AQM stores.
All right, sir.
Mr. Washburn.
Yes, sir.
Did you read the special orders this morning?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you notice that Will Banyan holds the rank of sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Then just remember you hold a commission. He's a sergeant.
Yes, sir. But I thought... I mean, you and Sergeant Gorse...
You thought incorrectly, Mr. Washburn.
Yes, sir.
Had your breakfast?
No, sir.
Come on.
Captain, Lieutenant Seiberts and I were talking a while back. Sergeant Gorse isn't going to like another sergeant around.
He doesn't like it, Mr. Washburn, and I don't like it. But we have to put up with it.
Yes, sir. I'll remember that.
Housewife kit, bridle, lariat and hobbles.
Bridle, lariat, hobbles.
Picket pin, razor, mirror, soap, comb.
Right.
2 blankets.
2 blankets.
Bacon can. Curry comb. Collar ornaments. Cross saber. Colt revolver.
Yeah.
Springfield carbine.
Carbine.
Canteen and mess outfit.
Canteen and mess outfit.
Check?
Check.
All right, stow 'em away, Sergeant.
Sure, Sergeant.
When you're squared away, report back here.
Sure. Oh, Captain.
Carry on, Sergeant Banyan.
Yes, sir.
All right, Gorse, as you were.
Yes, sir.
Gorse, where you putting Banyan?
With Corporal Hunter, sir.
Can you put him in your quarters?
Sir?
I'd like him to live in your quarters.
I'd just as soon he didn't, Captain.
But that's the way we're going to do it.
Captain, I gotta speak my mind, sir.
All right.
No man ever come in this company I couldn't break in, but you're asking me to handle a 3-striper that's got a general working for him in Washington. You're asking me to treat him like a sergeant when he ain't a good enough man to be a private in anybody's company.
Sergeant?
You told me to speak out, sir. Well, there's only room for one sergeant here.
Now I'm telling you to shut up, Sergeant, and stay shut.
Yes, sir.
That's all. Captain Quint's reporting, sir.
Oh, at ease, Captain. I have a request from Sergeant Gorse asking for transfer to Fort Lincoln.
Oh?
He gave the reason that he intends to marry a girl living in that area. That's a lie, isn't it?
He's not intending to marry anyone, as far as I know, sir.
Then it's Banyan?
Sergeant Gorse feels that Banyan's rank is unfair.
It's up to you to convince him that Banion's rank was automatic when he reenlisted.
Sergeant Gorse can't regard it in that light, sir. He feels that Banion's influence in Washington helped him get the rank. Not only that, but Banion's rating moves back the others a whole notch.
Your company could go sour because of him. I don't intend to allow that, Captain.
You'll transfer Banion?
I'll transfer Gorse, if that's what he wants.
Sir, Gorse is the most valuable man.
We can't have this kind of discontent in the company. And Gorse has requested transfer. His rank and seniority in service require me to give the request consideration. I'll wire Colonel Thaler at Fort Lincoln today and ask if he'll accept Sergeant Gorse. I'm sure he'll be glad to.
Major, would you withhold that application? I don't want to lose Gorse or Banion.
I'd expect to keep them both.
Well, I thought I'd talk with Sergeant Gorse once more. I had the impression once that Banion's reenlistment was a casual thing.
No man enlists in the Army casually.
Yes, sir, that's exactly it.
And I'll set this aside till I hear from you.
Thank you, sir.
Kind of peaceful this way. I said it's kind of peaceful, Captain. I like this time of night best on a post.
You do?
Well, yes, sir. You know, I feel kind of sorry for Seibert's pulling OD on a night like this. A cigar, Captain?
Huh? Oh, no thanks. Well, I think I'll take a stroll. Like to come along?
I believe I'll...
Come along, Mr. Washburn.
Oh, yes, sir. Captain. Is it true, about Sergeant Gorse wanting a transfer?
Yes, it's true.
Because of Banion?
Mm-hmm.
Sergeant Gorse is the best man I ever seen in his job. Be difficult to replace him.
It would indeed.
Evening, Captain. Lieutenant.
Oh, hello, Sergeant. Oh, Sergeant Gorse.
Yes, sir.
Step over here, will you? I asked the Major not to act on your transfer till tomorrow morning, Sergeant.
All right, Captain.
Chances are, in another outfit, you'd meet another sergeant wearing stripes like yours.
I guess that's right enough, but only one of us should be wearing them here.
What do you think, Mr. Washburn?
Why?
In all fairness.
Well, I'm inclined to agree with Sergeant Gorse, sir.
So am I. And I think Lieutenant Seibert's would, too.
How's that, Captain?
You heard me. There's room for only one sergeant in this outfit.
Do I understand the Captain?
It's not up to the Major or myself to settle this. It's the sergeant's business.
Do I understand you, sir?
Yeah, I think you do.
Yes, sir. I think I do. Will the captain and lieutenant excuse me, sir?
Good night, Sergeant.
Sir, he understood you, but I didn't. I'm sorry.
He's going to look up Sergeant Banion, Mr. Washburn, and the chances are only one of them will be sergeant by morning. Best man of the two.
Yes, sir. But who is the best man?
Sergeant Gorse has just gone to settle that question, I think. Yeah. Come on, Mr. Washburn.
Captain, sir?
Banion?
I have a request to make of the captain, sir.
What is it?
I wish to be relieved of my stripes, sir.
I thought you might request transfer, but I didn't
No,
think...
sir. Not a transfer. I would want to stay here in this company.
I see.
Once the captain asked me why I re-enlisted in the Army. I could answer the captain now.
Go ahead, Banyan.
Yes, sir. I served in the Army once with a general back of me. I failed that time. I thought I hated the Army, but I came back because I hated failing worse. Does this make any sense to the captain?
Yes, it does.
Yes, sir. I told the captain I thought about it before I came back in. I knew I'd have sergeant's pay. I didn't know I was starting to fail again. I know that now. Last night, Sergeant Gorse explained some things to me. We talked it over outside the fort.
Mm-hmm. What happened to your face?
I fell off my horse, sir.
A good cavalry soldier falls off his horse sometimes.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Captain. I don't mean to again.
Lee.
Oh, morning, Major.
Hey, isn't that Will Banyan and Sergeant Gorse together?
Why, yes, sir.
Where'd they fight it out?
Off the compound, sir.
Oh, that's good. Lee, why'd you let Banyan re-enlist in the first place?
He wanted to. And he had guts enough to come back here where he'd failed and try again.
Yeah, that coffee from the mess hall?
Mm-hmm.
Smells good. Come on.
Yes, sir.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by E. Jack Newman, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Lawrence Dobkin, Jack Moyles, Paul Duboff, James Nusser, John Daner, Sam Edwards, and Lou Krugman.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Little boys can be the most exasperating creatures on earth. They can also be very amusing and lovable indeed. A CBS radio dramatic series that makes the most of this fact is that delightful program called My Son Jeep, heard every evening, Monday through Friday, over most of these same stations. Focusing on the adventures and misadventures of the most normal of all small boys, the story of My Son Jeep is hilarious and heartwarming by turns, just like its hero. Hear My Son Jeep every evening, Monday through Friday, right here on CBS Radio.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. Stay tuned.
At the gallop! Ho!
Fort Laramie. Fort Laramie, starring Raymond Burr as Captain Lee Quince. Specially transcribed tales of the dark and tragic ground of the wild frontier. The saga of fighting men who rode the rim of empire. And the dramatic story of Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry.
He's in there?
Red Horse is dying, Captain.
He sent for me.
And you have come. Red Horse alone believed you would come.
He's an old friend. Is he alone?
The great spirit chief is near, but Red Horse is alone. He waits for you and Snowfoot.
Yeah.
My old friend, come sit by me.
Thank you, Red Horse.
I knew you would come. There's a feel of the heart between us. I sent for you and Snowfoot, my son, and I knew you would come.
Will Snowfoot come?
As a father, I hope he will. As a man, I know he will not. I cannot blame him.
I can.
To come to me is to come on to the reservation. Snowfoot will never do that. He is young and certain of many things.
Snowfoot's how old now? About 15?
As the last leaves fall from the trees before the first snowfall, my son will begin his 16th winter. His mind moves quickly, but he is yet too young for wisdom.
If he is all you say, maybe the wisdom will come. But he's heading for trouble, Red Horse. He and that pack of young braves with him. So far, they're content to ride fast and make a lot of noise. That won't last, you know.
Snowfoot has not killed.
Not yet, as far as we know. But he's wild. He'll be looking for coup feathers. You don't get them running off horses and firing empty cabins.
These are my mistakes he is making.
You know better than that, Red Horse.
My good friend, believe what I say. I know better in this moment than I have ever known. It is the privilege of the very old as well as the very young to be certain.
And the years in between?
You are living them. They are a time of learning and unlearning, of being right and being wrong, of slow courage and quick anger, years of growing.
If it's in a man to grow.
I put food in his mouth that he might grow strong of body, but I fed his mind on bitterness and hate. I take credit for one. I must take blame for the other.
You're tired, Red Horse. I'll go now. Come another time.
My good friend, there can be no other time. You and I have always shared wise counsel. You think a fever speaks in me because you never saw the part of Red Horse which knew hate and bitterness, but it was there. And at my knee in this lodge, Snowfoot learned to distrust the white man.
It's time he learned otherwise. It's time he thought for himself.
If he were at my side, I would tell him that.
Would he listen?
I am his father.
You sent for him as his father. He's not here.
My heart knows that well.
Red Horse, I came here as your friend. I speak as your friend. If Snowfoot finds trouble, it's his trouble, not yours. If I find him, I'll deal with him as I find him, as Snowfoot, not as a son of Red Horse.
You prove you are my friend. You speak to me now as you have always spoken. There are those who promise empty words to a dying man. To do this would be to dishonor our friendship.
And when I find him?
Tell him a chief stands straight among all people. Tell him a man cannot stand straight when his mind is crooked.
I can promise that, Red Horse.
You give me peace. Go now, my friend. You cannot hear him come, but he is near. The great spirit chief comes only for Red Horse.
Red Horse, I...
Have no fear. It is a gentle time, and I am ready.
You are the one who sent for Snowfoot?
I rode to his camp myself.
Where is his camp?
On Dry Fork, near the joining waters of the Powder River. You think he will come with you, Captain?
I don't know.
I told him Red Horse was dying. He called it white man's trick to get him to come on the reservation. I hope you reach him in time.
It's too late for Red Horse. It may even be too late for Snowfoot.
Pickets are out, sir. I just rode check on camp. Everything's quiet.
Too quiet for me, Mr. Syberts. Has Sergeant Gorse returned from the telegraphers?
Not yet, Captain. You expect trouble?
I expect quiet. Patrolling the reservation is a quiet business. Death is a quiet time. It's all too much quiet, Mr. Syberts.
Your friend Red Horse is dead?
Yes. Before I'd reached the agent's house, the death song had begun.
Indian ways are primitive. I don't understand them.
You understand funerals?
Funerals?
Anybody's funeral. White man, red man. A man dies with dignity, but the mourners wail. Music plays. Songs are sung.
I guess you're right.
Yeah. I telegraphed the major for new orders, Mr. Syberts. If they come through, you'll be in charge of the patrol here.
New orders, Captain?
I want to go after Snowfoot.
You know where he is?
His camp's on Dry Fork, north of here, where it joins the Powder River.
Snowfoot's been quiet, Captain. He hasn't been raiding lately, unless you have new information.
If he's done nothing, he'll be easier to talk to.
I don't see your sentimental side often.
You think you see it now, Mr. Syberts?
Red Horse was your friend. You're doing this for him, aren't you?
Red Horse is dead. I couldn't do anything for him now if I wanted to.
I'm sorry, Captain. I know he meant a lot to you.
I'll tell you what means a lot to me, Mr. Syberts. I'd like to be out of a job. I'd like the whole army in the West to be out of a job. That'd mean a lot to me.
I don't understand.
When they talk peace, real peace, the red men and the white men, they won't need an army out here. Snowfoot's a young Indian. There's hope in him. If we can talk to him now, before he starts killing, if we can get him and his young band to come on the reservation, they might help us write that peace.
I can't imagine you out of the Army, Captain Quince.
I might surprise you, Mr. Syberts.
Yes, sir, I think you might. You think the Major feels like you do? I mean, you think he'll let you go after Snowfoot?
I don't know. I telegraphed him from the Indian agents this morning. I should have heard by now.
Well, suppose the Major says, all right, go after Snowfoot. Will Snowfoot listen to you?
I think he'll listen. That doesn't mean he'll do as I say.
Captain Quince, sir?
Oh, come in, Sergeant.
Captain, Lieutenant. Telegrapher just got it, sir.
Turn up that lantern, Mr. Syberts.
Yes, sir.
We have new orders, Mr. Syberts.
We? I mean, all of us?
All of us. We'll be joined by reinforcements to bring us up to company strength in the morning. Our orders are to move north against Black Eagle.
Black Eagle?
He's a real savage, Mr. Syberts. Sergeant Gorse?
Yes, sir.
You've heard the orders. Pass the word. See, we're ready to break camp, move out half an hour after reveille.
Yes, sir. How far north are we going, Captain?
To Powder River, Sergeant. Near Dry Fork.
Yes, sir.
Captain, that's where you said Snowfoot makes his camp.
Well, Mr. Syberts?
Then maybe it's Snowfoot we're after, not Black Eagle?
The Major's telegram says Black Eagle, Mr. Syberts.
Yes, sir. Oh, what about your request for new orders to go after Snowfoot?
They were denied. We've a hard day of riding ahead, Mr. Syberts.
Yes, sir. I think I'll turn in early. Good night, Captain.
Good night.
This is Dry Fork we're following, Captain?
That's right, Mr. Syberts.
Water in it.
Looks like it.
I guess it doesn't have to be dry just because that's its name.
Over east of here, near the Black Hills country, there's a scrawny little stream called Old Woman Creek.
I say what you mean, Captain.
Do you?
Sure, just because of its name doesn't mean there's an old woman in it.
It was the last time I saw it.
You're joshing me, Captain.
Old Indian squaw standing knee-deep washing clothes.
Guess you just can't tell.
Guess you just can't, Mr. Syberts.
Back there ways, Captain, where we found those settlers butchered. That was Black Eagle's work?
Yeah, it looked like it.
Why not Snowfoot?
Oh, the way it was done. It was a big raid, a lot of horses. From all we know, Snowfoot has a small camp. Not over 20 braves ride with him. It was Black Eagle or someone like him with old enemies.
The settlers were old enemies?
At least two of them were. The two men who weren't scalped.
I wondered about that.
Yeah, there's an old belief among some Indians that an unscalped enemy suffers after death. So if you gotta be killed by an Indian, Mr. Syberts, make sure he hates your guts.
I'll sure try, Captain.
About 3 hours of daylight left. If we keep up this pace, we should make our rendezvous by sundown.
Captain Meade's infantry's closing in from the east, sir?
Yeah. Started over in Black Hills country, Mr. Syberts, near Old Woman Creek.
Wonder if old squaw is still at her laundry work.
Maybe so, Mr. Syberts. Maybe so.
Looks like Sergeant Gorse, Captain.
Yeah, I wonder what happened to his scouting party. Company!
Company!
Halt!
Captain Quince, sir?
Sergeant?
Just ahead. Over the rise, near the wash. A settler. It was a raid, sir. Not too long ago. The fire's fresh, Captain.
And the settler?
Still alive, sir.
Company!
Company!
At the gallop!
At the gallop!
Halt! doesn't look much like the last settlers, Gorse.
How much? How much at all?
I count 6 arrows.
You count 'em all, too.
One shed fired. Cabin's all right. You look inside?
It's neat in there, Captain. Like somebody'd give it good care. It's been redd up recent like.
Nobody in there?
Nobody.
How about the barn? Ice house?
Nobody around. Nothing torn up, throwed around. Funniest kind of engine raid I ever heard tell.
Not many of them either, judging from the hoof marks. I'd say they were riding west, Sergeant.
Bearing toward Powder River, sir.
Yeah, let's have a look at that settler.
Lieutenant Seibert's been looking to his needs. Back there, Captain, the other settlers, the Injuns was riding east.
I know.
Yes, sir.
Lucky that's all they did.
You, feeling better, mister?
Just telling the lieutenant here. None the worse for wear, near as I can tell.
Head wound, Captain.
Head wound.
Yeah, lean over, mister. Yeah. Skin's broken a little. You got yourself a good-sized knot there.
Feels like a boulder, but it don't hurt much.
Well, it will. What'd they hit you with?
Hit me. You're all bound and determined I was hit, ain't you? Well, sir, I wasn't. I fell right over my big feet getting out of their way. Cracked my head a good one against that rock yonder, and that's the size of it.
Getting out of their way? Who are they?
Hey, why, the Comanches, of course.
Comanches?
Well, Indians, they're all Comanches to me. And these was bellering like Comanches, you'd take my word. Yipping and screaming. Didn't know what I'd die of first, cracking my head or the noise.
Well, for all their noise, they didn't do much damage. How many Indians, mister?
Oh, dozen, I'd say, maybe more, but not many more, mind you. I might have missed a few, seeing they was through here and gone like the wind.
We're figuring they rode through here to the west. That right?
That way. Yeah, west, toward Powder River. Oh, there's something else you can figure on while you're about it.
What's that?
I was young. Real young. I guess they'd have to be bellering and yipping that away. Yes, indeedy. Mighty young.
Captain Meade'll have to get a move on if he expects to make camp with us before nightfall, Captain.
Yeah, I thought he'd beat us here.
You worried about Snowfoot, sir?
Worried, Mr. Seiberts?
His camp can't be far away.
Not far. It's less than 10 miles to Powder River.
Are you going after him?
My orders are to engage Black Eagle, Mr. Seiberts.
Well, I know that, sir, but if Snowfoot's
I intend to follow my orders, Mr. Seiberts.
Yes, sir.
Got a message for Captain Quince.
I'm Captain Quince.
Message from Captain Meade, sir.
Well, thank you. Yeah. Meade engaged Black Eagle at Porcupine Creek. Trapped him. Was a rout.
Black Eagle?
He's dead.
Any reply, sir?
My compliments to Captain Meade. Tell him well done.
Yes, sir.
How long since you ate, soldier?
Been a spell, sir, since early morning.
Sergeant Gorse? We'll see you get some hot food, soldier.
Obliged, sir.
What about our orders now, Captain?
Our orders are clear, Mr. Seiberts.
Captain?
Sergeant, see this man gets food and rest, see his horses tended to. Report back to me in half an hour.
Yes, sir. Come on, soldier.
Captain Quince, about our orders...
The company will start back to Fort Laramie in the morning. Any questions?
No, sir.
I'll be in my tent, Mr. Seiberts.
Yes, sir.
You, think I'm crazy, Gorse?
Maybe not crazy, but you're sure acting like a man who wants to get himself captured.
Suppose you wanted to talk to Snowfoot one man to another. You know any better way than to go to his camp alone?
The way you want to talk to him unofficial-like, no, I don't know a better way. You want him to hold top hand, don't you, Cap?
Yeah, he has to, Gorse.
There ain't many Indian camps I'd walk into alone, but If I had my pick, I'd take Snowfoot's.
You'll help Mr. Syberts understand this, won't you, Sergeant?
Now, that might be a lifetime job, Captain.
It's got to be between Snowfoot and me, not the Army and a young Indian band, if it's going to do any good.
Well, he'll have scouts out. You set to handle him?
If I have to. I'd rather they captured me.
Captain Quince, if you figured you was going to get yourself killed...
I'm not figuring that way, or I wouldn't do it. You know that, Gorse?
Yes, sir, I do. Or I'd have to tag along one way or another.
Snowfoot hasn't killed yet. I don't see him counting me his first coup.
Sure wish you luck, Captain.
Yeah, thank you, Gorse. See you back at Fort Laramie.
His trick. His white man's trick. You see, Snowfoot. By morning, white man's army come.
Trick belongs to Snowfoot, Spotted Dog. Go now. Call the council together. I will speak to them when I have finished with White Captain.
But Snowfoot...
Go now!
That your whole band, Snowfoot?
We have scouts out. We make up in young strength what we lack in number. So, we trick you, White Captain.
You did?
Raids of Snowfoot bring much fear to white man, or White Captain would not be here.
You're not thinking very straight, Snowfoot.
I knew white man would come. I know you, White Captain, would come, friend of my father.
I have a message from your father.
My father is dead.
Before he died, he asked me to tell you that a chief stands straight among all people. That a man cannot stand straight when his mind is crooked.
He was an old man, my father. Old men stoop, grow soft, with the mind of a squaw. Old men go to reservation to make friend with white men, and to die.
Your father was a proud chief, Snowfoot, and a wise one.
Before he made friends with white man, yes.
What do you want from the white man?
My hunting grounds. The right to move in peace among my own people, on my own lands.
Do you think you'll get what you want this way?
It is the only way.
You don't know what you're talking about. Your words are like your raids, a lot of noise and not much meaning.
My raids have brought White Captain. White man now sees the power of Snowfoot.
You don't believe that yourself.
White Captain speaks big words for a captive.
What do you do with your captive, Snowfoot?
Snowfoot has his ways.
You never captured a thing but a few horses. You never killed a thing but game. That's why I think maybe there's some hope for you.
White Captain is prisoner. Big coup for Snowfoot. Tomorrow, white army men come. Talk terms with Snowfoot for release of White Captain.
They won't come tomorrow, Snowfoot, because I'm not big enough. And because you're not big enough.
They will come.
If I were a general... If you were Sitting Bull, maybe. But we're not. We're just a couple of men this country could use.
They will come.
A lot of young braves like you are hunting on the reservation and fishing and sitting at council tables with white men.
White men will come. Bring counsel to Snowfoot. Make peace on Snowfoot's terms.
You'll see, Snowfoot. We're not big enough.
White Captain has said no white men come, and they do not come, Spotted Dog. Our scouts have seen them move away.
2 sons have gone, and I have watched you, Snowfoot. Much powwow with White Captain. You grow weak on his words.
You speak with a crooked mind, Spotted Dog. There is room for strength in the mind as in the body.
Now you speak as our fathers before us.
We are our father's sons, Spotted Dog.
White Captain, bad medicine.
Then we will rid the camp of him.
Kill?
You will get White Captain's horse, Spotted Dog. Now. You will go, White Captain. You will return to the white man. Show them you knew no harm in Snowfoot's camp.
Yes, I'll show them.
They will see I am proud chief, worthy of counsel.
Maybe they will. There's always counsel waiting for you on the reservation, Snowfoot.
Reservation holds grave of my father, and I am my father's son. You will go now, White Captain.
Patrol! Oh!
Mr. Syberts, good to see you.
Good to see you, Captain. You all right, sir?
I'm all right. How's Major Daggett?
I guess he's fine, sir. He was worried about you. Sent me back with the patrol as soon as we reached Fort Laramie. How far have you ridden, sir?
Oh, 10, 20 miles.
Well, looks like you made out, Captain.
I'll know better later on, Sergeant.
Well, anyways, they didn't kill you.
Oh, they decided I wasn't important enough.
Well, we're here to show them you are, Captain. We'll give them something they can understand.
What are your orders, Mr. Syberts?
Why, to rescue you, sir.
Do I look like a prisoner to you, Mr. Syberts?
You look fine to me, Captain, but shouldn't... I mean, we can't let them get by with what they did, sir.
They did nothing. I rode into their camp. I rode away, unharmed.
Well, that's true enough.
You were to secure my release and return to Fort Laramie. That right, Mr. Syberts?
That's exactly right, sir.
I suggest we follow those orders.
But what about Snowfoot, Captain?
He's Red Horse's son. I think we'll see him on the reservation someday. I hope so.
Fort Laramie is produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and stars Raymond Burr as Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry, with Vic Perrin as Sergeant Gorse. The script was specially written for Fort Laramie by Kathleen Height, with sound patterns by Bill James and Ray Kemper. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Featured in the cast were Harry Bartell, Jeffrey Silver, Ralph Moody, Lee Millar, Frank Cady, Lou Krugman, and Jack Moyles.
Company, tension! Dismiss.
Next week, another transcribed story of the Northwest frontier and the troopers who fought under Lee Quince, Captain of Cavalry. Although our national elections are still months away, they've already captured the attention of the whole world. The decisions we make in November will affect world events for years to come. That's why CBS Radio reminds you now that you can participate in the elections only if you are registered. Voting is more than a privilege of free men and women. It's a responsibility we owe ourselves and our country. Register. Inform yourself on the issues and the candidates, and vote in all elections, including primaries. Your vote will count, if it's there to be counted.
A tropical environment intertwined with the rugged but gorgeous wilderness which spans from redwood to sequoia. This comes to mind when someone thinks about California. Our next broadcast ran from 1941 to 1946 and tells the story of the expeditions of men and women that tried to tame the wilds that existed in early California. Based on the title records of its sponsor, Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, our next broadcast brought an appreciation of California through understanding of its past. We present to you Romance of the Ranchos, right here on HOJO Radio.
The Romance of the Ranchos.
Sonora, 1850.
Mysterious slaying of American miner.
Los Angeles, 1850.
Entire state terrorized by bandit Joaquin.
Tulare Valley, 1851.
Rangers finally end career of famous desperado. The Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the colorful events and characters who make up the history of early California. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns with another authentic story of the romance of the Ranchos. The offices of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles are among the many places where you may purchase United States savings bonds and stamps. The company makes two suggestions in connection with your savings bond purchases. First, always consider them as a sound investment, which they are, and never as a contribution. Second, determine just how much of your income you can possibly invest. Then set up a regular schedule for your savings bond buying and stick to it. As a starter, resolve tonight to buy a savings bond tomorrow. And now here to tell us the story is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight we turn to a story of violence and terror. A story of the most famous and the most feared bandit who ever roamed the hills and valleys of our California. Often painted as the Robin Hood of the West, he was in reality a young man blinded by revenge who became one of the most bloodthirsty highwaymen of history. The dramatic story of Joaquin Murrieta is a dark chapter from the Romance of the Ranchos. The story of Joaquin Murrieta starts peacefully enough. Brought up of a good family in Sonora, Mexico, and steeped in the traditions of chivalry and culture of the old Spanish Californians, he was a handsome, intelligent, and thoroughly honest young man. Like most Mexicans, he was upset by the Mexican War, but he took the defeat philosophically and even forgave the Americans to the extent of deciding to make American California his home when in 1849 gold was discovered here. And so it was that at the age of 18, he prepared to leave his home and ride north to the gold fields.
So, querida mia, we are on our way.
I see. It makes me a little sad to leave our home, Joaquin.
See, but just think. In a few years, maybe even months, we can return here wealthy, with enough gold to live in comfort for the rest of our lives.
See, but I cannot help feeling that we might be happier if we stayed here, where we belong.
Nonsense. Besides, it is too late now. We are already started. Look back. Take a last look at the village and say goodbye.
I cannot look back. Joaquin!
Ah, it's Clarita waving to me. And I have not said goodbye. Querida mia, will you excuse me for a moment and I will say hasta la vista to her?
See, I will wait here. Tell her adios for me, too.
See, I will. Hola, señorita Clarita.
Joaquin, you were leaving without an adios.
I am sorry, señorita. We have been so busy getting ready, I had no time. But I am happy to have this chance to say hasta la vista.
Joaquin, You will come back soon?
Oh, see, we will not be gone such a long time. Oh, only 1, maybe 2 years.
Oh, that is a long time. We of the village shall miss you.
Gracias, Clarita. I shall miss all of you, too.
I have a memento for you here. I want you to have it.
What? A ring? Oh, but, senorita, it is beautiful and too valuable. No, I cannot accept it.
But you must. It will bring you good luck. Keep you safe from harm. Wear it always in memory of our childhood days.
Our childhood days, Clarita? Ah, see, we had great fun together, eh?
See? We did.
Here. Tears? Come, little one, you must not waste tears on me. Save them for your husband-to-be.
No, I shall never marry.
Never marry?
No. For even though you have married another now, my heart is yours, as it has always been. Adios, querido.
Clarita, come back. Well, adios. Adios, amiga mía.
You have said your adios?
See? She gave me a ring, querida. It is for you, to keep you safe. Here, give me your hand.
No, Joaquin, it is not for me. I understand. You must wear it for her. And perhaps it will keep you from harm.
Leaving his broken-hearted childhood playmate behind, Joaquin and his lovely young wife Carmen journeyed north into California. Soon they reached the gold fields on the Stanislaus River and took up a claim. It was a good one, and soon they were prospering. But Joaquin was a Mexican, and there were certain rough characters in the little mining camp who resented anyone but Americans. One day, 5 of the hoodlums came to Joaquin's cabin.
See? What is it?
We're here to tell you that you're getting out of this camp.
What? But, senores, you must be making a mistake. This is
There's no mistake, hombre. You're moving along. We're taking over your claim here.
Who says so?
We do. We're sick and tired of having you Mexicans taking out gold that belongs to us good American citizens. We're going to run all you foreigners out of these parts.
Senor, I have as much right as you to mine here. I have paid my miner's
It don't matter what you paid. You're through. Get me? If you won't get out bag and baggage your own free will, we'll run you off.
You'll not run me off my own land.
No? Maybe you'd rather be carried off in a pine box.
Joaquin, what is it? Where are they taking you?
Stay inside, querida. It is nothing.
Say, for a Mexican, you're a pretty piece of calico. Me and you could get along all right.
Senor, you're speaking to my wife.
Yeah? What she sees in you is beyond me.
Senores, I shall ask you to leave my house.
Oh, no, you don't. You're the one that's getting out.
Take your hands off me, you filthy brute. You'll drop.
Filthy brute, am I? I'll teach you a lesson or two. There.
Look out!
So, you want a fight, senor? Very well.
Stop! They will kill you.
Nice work. Yeah, honey, nothing to worry about. Just a little tap on the head. And he won't bother us none for a while.
Senor, stay away from me. Stay back.
Oh, come on now, honey. I ain't so bad when you get to know me.
Stop! You stop! Let me go!
Why, you little vixen, pull a knife, would you? Here, give it to me.
Stop, please stop. Go away.
You're going to get hurt if you don't watch out.
Give me
Let
alone.
go of that knife. Why, you...
Oh.
Well, she asked for it. I didn't want to hurt her, but she asked for it.
When Joaquin Murrieta regained consciousness, he found beside him the lifeless body of his lovely young wife. Wildly, he vowed vengeance on the rowdies who had killed her, but his friends calmed him, and soon he left the camp and went to stay with his brother Jesus in Murphy's Diggings, another mining camp. There he was present as his brother made a financial transaction.
Well, sure. Why not? $2.
But, Senor Lang, you want $2 Americano dollars?
Well, sure. It's a good mule. You can't get a better one in these parts for less than 3.
Yeah, very well. I will pay. Here. 1, 2 pesos.
Well, much obliged, Murrieta. You got a good bargain.
I am not too sure, Jesus.
Huh? You think I'm lying?
I did not say that, senor. I meant only that perhaps the mule is a little old, and may not live up to the bargain you think him to be.
Yeah, well, you be careful of your tongue. I'll be going now. Adios.
Yeah, adios, senor.
Why is that?
Joaquin, stop. Put your gun back in his holster.
These Americanos. They are villains. All of them. Why don't you let me kill him?
Oh, Joaquin, my brother, what good would that do? You must forget this hatred of Americanos. They're not all bad.
See, of course you are right, Jesus.
Bueno, from now on we shall try to forget the past and get along with the Americanos, no? But it was only the next day when Joaquin Murrieta borrowed his brother's mule and rode into town. As he rode down the main street...
Hey, you! Wait a minute!
See? What is it you want, Senor Lang?
What are you doing with my mule?
Your mule, senor. But you know that this is not your mule. It belongs to my brother.
Why, you're lying, you sneaking thief. You stole my mule. Hey there, men, come here. This here dirty Mexican stole my mule.
Senor, what are you trying to do? You know that this is my brother's mule. It is not stolen at all.
Oh, shut up. I say this is my mule that was stole from me just yesterday.
It is not stolen.
Yeah, then where'd you get it?
It is my brother's. He bought it.
Well, then your brother stole it.
Please, senores, let me explain.
Here, what's this all about? Joaquin, what's the trouble?
Ah, senor Burns, amigo mío, you must help me. This man says I stole his mule.
Sure he did. We don't need you poking your nose in here, Burns. We can handle this all right.
You wouldn't be fixing to have a necktie party by any chance, would you, Lang?
Well, now, maybe we are. We gotta have some justice against these horse thieves.
I wouldn't do that if I were you, Lang.
Yeah, and what business of it of yours?
Joaquin, where'd you get this mule?
It is my brother's, and he bought it.
And I say it's mine. It was stole from me yesterday.
Well, that's right. I know that mule anywhere.
I admit that it was Senor Lang's mule, but...
There, you see, he admits it. Come on, boys, let's string him up.
Wait a minute here. Joaquin, you say that your brother bought the mule. Who from?
Yeah, who from?
You should know, Senor Lang. He bought it from you.
Huh?
What's that? Well, now, what do you got to say about that, Lang?
I say he's lying. That mule was stolen.
And I say he's not lying. Joaquin is honest. I'd rather believe him than you any day.
Hey, is that so? Well, boys, what do you think of that? Deserting his own kind, huh? Well, let's show him what we think is friends. Come on, we'll get Murrieta's brother and string them both up.
Quickly, the drunken, bloodthirsty mob went to the cabin of Jesus and dragged the two brothers to a tree, giving them no chance to offer any explanation. But once more, the American Bill Burns tried to intercede.
Tie that noose good and tight. We'll make them squirm.
Now, listen, man, listen to me. You can't do this. If I can't stop you from hanging this man, I can't stop you from doing the same thing to his brother here. Joaquin didn't steal the mule. If it was stolen.
Well, maybe not, but he tried to cover up for his brother.
But he didn't steal it. You can't kill a man for something he didn't do.
I say he's just as guilty as the other.
And I say he's not. So what about it, you men? Come on. Has anyone got the courage to speak up for an innocent man?
Well, give him the lash then. Teach him better manners.
Yeah, that's right. The lash will teach him to call an American a liar. I'll give him 39 strikes myself. That'll be more fun than hanging.
Oh, but he doesn't deserve such humiliation. He's done nothing.
Listen here now, Burns. If you don't shut up, we'll string you up alongside of him. All right, boys, tie him to that tree. Strip his clothes down and get me the lash.
Well, I'm sorry, Joaquin. I did my best.
I know. Gracias.
That's it. Now lay him down there where I can get a good swing. Now then, for the 39 lashes. Count them. Here goes. Ah! Ah!
Joaquin, here. Drink this. Oh, you poor devil. He cut you to ribbons.
They've gone?
Yeah, been gone for a long time. It's night already. Here, let me cut that rope. There you are. Now you're free. Here, let me help you. Just lie down for a minute.
Jesus, where is he?
Oh, I haven't had time to cut him down yet.
Senor, they shall pay for this.
Joaquin, I know how you feel. But you gotta get such thoughts out of your mind.
Senor Burns, You are my friend. You have been kind. I shall not forget that. But all other Americanos, they shall pay. As I lay there under the lash with each stroke, I swore revenge. Revenge against all Americanos. I will show them no more mercy than they have shown me. From now on, I vow death and destruction to all Americanos. Buenas noches, Senor Lang.
Who's there?
Come, Senor Lang. Don't you know me?
Who is it? What do you want? It's enough to scare a man to death, confronting him like this on a lonely trail at night.
No, Senor Lang. I do not wish to scare you to death. That would be too easy.
Say, what are you talking about? Who are you?
You haven't recognized me yet? Come, Senor Lang. Perhaps I should bare my back. You would no doubt recognize me by the scars.
Murrieta, what do you want?
Justice and nothing more. There, Senor Lang. You will never again cheat and murder. You are the first to die by my hand, but you will not be alone. Soon many others will join you. Let all Americans beware of the vengeance of Joaquin Murrieta.
Back through time to long before the days of Joaquin Murrieta go the records of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. Some of the ranchos the bandit raided had been granted half a century before he launched his war against the Americanos. And each time one of those ranchos or any part of it changed hands, one or more written instruments were executed and filed for record. The reason title company records must go back to the very beginning and include every transaction up to the present day is that land titles are somewhat like a chain. They're only as strong as their weakest link. If any link in the chain of title is defective, the entire title may be defective too. When you buy a property, you want to know that you really become its owner. To ensure your ownership, the company seeks out the public records of every transfer of land's ownership from the very first to the most recent, determines their authenticity, and assembles in its title plant essential data from these and other sources where they will always be available.
One by one, the men who'd been in the lynching party that whipped Joaquin Murrieta were mysteriously murdered. Terror spread through the camp. Men were afraid to venture outside the town. 5 men mysteriously disappeared from the mining camp on the Stanislaus River. The 5 men who had murdered Joaquin's wife. Already, the fiery young Mexican was a hunted man, and his only means of living was to add robbery to murder. Quickly, he gathered recruits to a desperate band of Mexicans. Cutthroats, renegades, murderers, all desperate, all willing to slit a throat for a piece of gold, especially if it was an American throat. Soon, the fame of Joaquin Murrieta was spread throughout all California, and terror went with his reputation. Periodically, he took his accumulated loot down into Mexico, and it was on one such journey that he again met his childhood playmate.
It is good to see you, Senorita Clarita.
You have come back to us, Joaquin, to stay.
No. I still have much to do before I can come back here and forget.
Joaquin, you go away, back to that dangerous life.
Ah, you know?
Of course. Who has not heard of the exploits of the famous Joaquin Murrieta?
Then you will know that I am not the Joaquin Murrieta you once knew. And you should think no more of me.
I care not what you have done, what you do. My heart will always be yours. I cannot...
So much?
See, every night I pray to the Virgin Madre to keep you from danger.
But your ring, the little ring you gave me, will do that, eh?
You still wear it, Joaquin?
See, of course. Here it is. Did you not ask me to wear it?
See, I am happy. Oh, Joaquin, if only you would forget everything. Give up this life. Settle down here. We could do
No,
so...
Clarita, I cannot. I have sworn to have vengeance on the Americanos. And I have not done enough yet.
Very well, querido. If you will not stay here, then take me with you.
Eh? Take you with me?
See, wherever you go, to share the dangers with you.
You love me that much?
See. And if you do not take me, I shall follow anyway. Always with you, my love.
Back to California came Murrieta, bringing with him another lovely Mexican beauty. And now his depredations were resumed with increased fury. His band numbered 100 cutthroats, and they ranged in small bands from one end of the state to the other, robbing, plundering, and killing. Most of their crimes were characterized by extreme audacity. For instance, as Joaquin was staying at San Gabriel, he received word that Sheriff Ben Wilson of Santa Barbara was in Los Angeles, boasting that he would capture Murrieta at any minute. And so, one afternoon, as Wilson stood in front of a Los Angeles hotel...
Sure, who's afraid of this Murrieta? He's got the whole state buffaloed, except me, Ben Wilson. I ain't scared of him. All I want is to meet him face to face. Then you'll see how fast I can cut Mr. Joaquin down to my size.
I don't know, Sheriff. This here Murrieta's a tough customer. He don't know the meaning of fear. If I was you, I wouldn't be too cocky about catching him.
Why, it'll be easy, I tell you. The hombre's yellow underneath. He's afraid to fight square.
Pardon, senor. You are Sheriff Ben Wilson?
That's me.
I have heard that you are looking for me.
Yeah, and who might you be?
I am Joaquin.
You are... What's that?
Holy mackerel. Get out of here.
You're Joaquin?
See, so take me if you can. So, Joaquin will be easy, eh, senor? Well, you have a long time to think that over. Eternity.
Yeah, what do you think of that now? The whole thing there. Shot right here.
Weeks stretched into months, and Joaquin's band counted their murders by the hundreds. From one end of the state to the other, rewards were offered. $5,000 here, $1,000 there for Murrieta's head. More and more bands of armed men roamed the hills looking for the bandits. Joaquin met them on every road. Usually none of them returned. They were wiped out. But nevertheless, the robber baron found it more and more difficult to get around without a fight. Some of his most trusted lieutenants were killed or captured and hanged. More and more, he kept to his faraway hideout in remote Arroyo Cantuva. But even there, he wasn't safe. For one day, a rider came in with the news...
Joaquin! Joaquin!
See? What is it, Jack? What is the trouble?
Riders, Americanos.
What? Where?
Riding through the lower end of the valley toward the pass.
Going away?
See, but they were in the valley. There's only 14 of them. No doubt they realize they wouldn't stand a chance against us.
But they have seen us. They have found our hideout.
I don't know. I think so.
And they go to bring orders. Come! In the saddle, hombres. These Americanos must not leave this valley alive. Come!
In a bloody fight, the Americans were massacred. All except one. And that one did leave the valley alive. And Murrieta knew that now, even his hideout was unsafe. And it was Clarita who pleaded with him.
Joaquin, querido mío, you must give this up. Flee back to our home in Mexico. You have done enough.
No, not quite. I have much money, see. But my plans have not all been completed.
Please, Joaquin, for me, you must go back now. I fear for you.
Ah, no, little dove. For do you forget? I have the ring here on my finger. It shall keep me safe. Never fear. They will never take Joaquin Murrieta.
But even then, men were vowing that they would take Joaquin Murrieta. A company of 20 of the hardiest fighters in the state was organized under the command of Captain Harry Love. And soon these men were hot on the trail of Joaquin. Under the extreme pressure now being brought by the forces of law and order, many of Joaquin's spies deserted him and betrayed him to the officers. He was hunted at every turn. Still, he would not give up. He was trying to hold out until his reinforcements from Mexico arrived. He split up his band into small groups to avoid detection. With him were 5 men, including the notorious Three-Fingered Jack, a human fiend whose bloodthirsty habits disgusted even the robber band, but who was too valuable to lose. Jack was retelling one of his gruesome experiences as the 6 men had breakfast around a campfire in the Tulare Valley one day in 1851.
Joaquin, come and listen to this.
No, gracias. I must curry my horse.
You can do it later. Come and listen to my little exploit with the Chinaman.
Good morning, senor.
What? Hey, who are you?
How did you get here?
Oh, we just saw your campfire and wandered up sort of silent-like. Didn't know who we might disturb.
And who are you, senor?
Never mind that. The question is, who are you?
Just peaceful travelers, stopping for breakfast.
Uh-huh. Where are you bound for?
Los Angeles.
Uh-huh. I wouldn't move toward those guns of yours on the blanket, senor. You see, we've got you all covered.
No, I did not want the guns. There is a little ring there beside the guns. I thought I'd get that if we are to have company. I'd like to look my best.
Never mind. Your looks don't bother us. That you, Bill?
Yeah. I see you found some fellow travelers.
Yeah, that's what they say.
Well, shall we meet again, senor?
See? We meet again, Senor Burns.
Oh, you know him, Bill?
I know him all right. I saved his life once. But this time it's different. This time I can't save you, Joaquin.
Joaquin? You mean this is him?
Yeah, this is it. Look out! He's jumping on that horse! Get him!
After him, men! Don't let him get away! No! Get the other!
You got him! He's down! Joaquin's wounded.
Yeah! Up to it now, men! Be careful!
All right, come on. All right. He hasn't got a gun. Anyway, he's too far gone.
Yeah, that's right. Hey, they've got the others all right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Joaquin.
Senor Burns, you see, I have come to this.
Yes.
It was the ring. I took the ring off. Clarita's ring would have saved me, but I took it off.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about.
No, it doesn't matter now. It's too late. I am finished.
You can be thankful it's this way and not hanging. Joaquin, why'd you bring this on yourself?
Oh, it is all right. I have done what I swore to do. I have revenged my wife, my brother, myself. I can die content. Adios. Adios, amigo mío.
Adios, Joaquin.
Well, that's the end of him. California's rid of another bandit.
Don't be too hard on him, Captain. He was wrong, but he wasn't entirely to blame. He could have been much different if things had been different.
No man today can hit you over the head with a pistol butt and rob you of your land in the way that the renegade American miners robbed Joaquin Murrieta of his mining claim. But a defect in your title to your home could deprive you of it just as effectively. And unless you were protected by a policy of title insurance, you might have no recourse. The defect might be a false personation, or the hitherto undiscovered forgery of a deed executed in some previous transfer of the property. Either of such circumstances or any of other circumstances might render your title invalid. However, if you had obtained a policy of title insurance from the Title Insurance and Trust Company protecting you against such defect, any loss you might suffer would be repaid promptly, up to the full face value of the policy. It is because such protection is available that land is today such a sound investment and such a readily marketable commodity. In most parts of the United States, the cost of this protection is considerably higher than the rates charged by the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles. And now, what's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week is Easter Sunday. There's no more appropriate time to tell you the story of the Easter Day Ranch, the Rancho San Pascual. Today, the land of San Pascual contains the cities of Pasadena, Altadena, and part of South Pasadena, and its story is a dramatic and colorful one that you'll want to hear. Until next week, then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, Hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Gaylord Carter. Bob Lamont speaking and saying good night. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
You're listening to HOJO Radio. More classic old-time radio coming your way next.
Of the Ranchos.
Pasadena, 1826.
Aged woman accepts gift of great rancho.
Pasadena, 1847.
Army prepares for last stand.
Pasadena, 1890.
First tournament of roses held. Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles presents The Romance of the Ranchos, a weekly dramatization of the colorful stories that abound in the history of the Southland. Each week, our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, returns to tell another true story of life in the days of the Dons. The men on Bataan don't need to be reminded when it's time to fire their guns and cannon at the enemy. So let's not put off using our ammunition here at home. Let's not be slow or haphazard about our purchases of United States savings bonds. You can help our fighting forces and help yourself and your family, too, by working out a savings bond budget and investing regularly as many dimes and dollars as you possibly can. Decide right now to buy a savings bond tomorrow. Now here is our wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, to tell us the story.
Buenas noches, señoras y señores. Tonight's drama is woven around the beautiful Rancho San Pascual, the Easter Day Ranch, a great tract of land which cradles the lovely cities of Pasadena, Altadena, and South Pasadena. One of the most important of all the Southern California ranchos, San Pascual exemplifies perhaps more than any other the great strides of progress made in the Southland in the past century. Its story is rich in the romance of the ranchos. It was in the year 1781 when the first white men settled on the land which was to become Rancho San Pascual and founded the Mission San Gabriel Archangel. And as the years passed, a thriving community grew up there. Thousands of Indians were brought under the care of the Padres, and their great establishment grew to include many varied activities, for they made everything they needed right there, from soap and clothing to ox carts and sailing ships. And acting as housekeeper over this whole great establishment was the Padres' good friend, Doña Eulalia Perez de Guillen. When this venerable lady came to San Gabriel in 1821, she was already 85 years old, as nearly as anyone could figure. But she was destined to live over 50 years more. She died at an age so advanced that no two historians agree upon it, the highest figure being 143 years of age. She'd been there for several years when good Father Sanchez called her to him one day.
Come in, come in.
You wish to see me, Padre Sanchez?
Si, senora. Come in. Sit down.
Gracias. You have new instructions for the gristmill?
No, the gristmill can wait.
Then no doubt you have decided on the confirmation of the new class of children, huh? When shall it be?
No, not that either. I called you here this time for a personal chat.
Personal? What about?
You.
Me? What is there to talk about me?
Senora, you're happy here at the mission?
But see, of course. Why should I not be? Are you not happy with my work?
See, of course, of course.
Then why should I not be happy? It is the best home I have known.
Oh, but you work hard and you receive almost nothing for it.
And why should I? Am I not like you, toiling in the service of the Lord? I am more than fortunate to receive such fine living quarters, clothes, food. I would not ask for more.
No, you wouldn't ask, but you deserve more. For you have given much, sacrificed much. You're not so young anymore, amiga mia.
What is this? Not young. Perhaps not, Padre, but neither am I old.
No, of course not. I didn't mean to imply. I only meant that, well, perhaps you might wish to give up some of your most arduous work. Relax. Enjoy your remaining years. You have done enough for 2 women in your lifetime.
Why, I am only a little past 90 summers. I have another half-century before me.
Oh, let us pray so, senora. But in all truth, it is not likely. You will admit.
I will not admit it, for it is likely. The wise women have said it. I shall live to a great age, healthy and strong. Retire. Ha! I still have much life ahead of me.
Si, senora, but...
Retire. I have been seriously thinking of marrying again.
Marrying again? At your age?
See, at my age. I shall still make a good wife. Besides, we need another man here to help with the management of things. And what better way?
Senora, well, who am I to say? Perhaps we padres know little of a woman's heart and less of a great woman like you. Perhaps you are right. I shall not fret about it. But tell me, who is the lucky man?
I do not know yet, but I shall find him soon.
So, then perhaps I can still have a share in the matchmaking, eh?
Perhaps, Padre. But no more of this talk of me retiring, eh? And I shall feel that you no longer have need of me.
Senora, as long as there's a Mission San Gabriel, and as long as there's a Senora Eulalia Perez de Guillen, the two must go together as drops of water in a stream. I promise you that. We do need you.
Gracias. That is better.
And I did not call you here to quarrel with you, nor to ask you to retire. I have been clumsy. You must forgive a stupid old man.
Nonsense, Padre. It is I who have been ungracious.
What I really wanted to tell you was this. We've been blessed with your services these many years, and we're extremely grateful. We can hope that they may go on for another half-century, but we cannot allow you to toil in our service and the service of these Indian children another day without showing our gratitude in some way. We wish to reward you.
Reward me, Padre?
Si.
Have I ever asked for reward?
No, and that is all the more reason that we should give it, but we hardly know what to do. It lies beyond our power to offer what you really deserve. We're not wealthy. We have little of value, but we have thought it over, and perhaps you would like a plot of ground for a home with your new husband, eh?
Oh.
A place where you might enjoy a little more of the goodness of life.
But, Padre, that is too much. You must not
But
trouble.
we must. And since land is all that we have decided to arrange for you to live on the land to the north of the Mission. Huh? It is not much. Just some 3 square leagues, but...
3 square leagues?
See?
Padre, what should I ever do with so much land?
It may come in handy for you later. Who can say?
But, Padre, can you give this land away? Is it not against the laws of Mexico?
Oh, see, you are right. We cannot give it to you, but only give you permission to live there and use it. And that only if the Indians agree to it. But they shall, of course, for they love you as we do.
Padre Sanchez, mi amigo, I do not know what to say.
There is no need to say anything, Senora. It is for us to add to this gift our thanks. And may you continue to prosper for your half-century more.
Father Sanchez went before the assembled Indian community and asked their permission for Doña Eulalia to live on the great 14,000-acre tract of Rancho San Pascual. When he asked for anyone who objected to raise his hand, not a single arm was seen. And so, on Easter Sunday, 1826, Padre Sanchez spoke to Doña Eulalia.
It is appropriate that this day, being Easter Sunday, should be the one on which formal permission to live on this rancho should be given you, Senora. For this is the land which Father Crespi described many years ago as La Sabinia de San Pascual, the great altar cloth of Holy Easter. And so it shall be called the Rancho San Pascual.
Rancho San Pascual, the Easter Day Ranch, was still the property of the mission. But it was not to be for long. Father Sanchez played the matchmaker well, and soon wedding bells rang for Doña Eulalia. The old woman married Senor Juan Marine, a retired lieutenant of artillery of the Mexican Army. Together, the couple took up their home at San Gabriel. By 1833, however, the Mexican secularization laws had been put into effect, and Senor Marine approached Father Sanchez.
Padre, now that the government is allowing the lands of the Mission to be distributed among the people, I fear for my wife's Rancho San Pascual. And the governor will probably give it to the first person who asks.
See, I suppose it is possible. It seems that anything is possible these last bitter days.
So, Eulalia and I, we've talked it over, and I have decided to ask... that is to ask...
See, my son?
Well, I have decided to petition the governor for a grant to the Rancho San Pascual.
You too, my son.
Oh, Padre, please do not misunderstand. We do not wish to contribute to the ruin of the mission, but such a choice piece of land will not be overlooked for long. And if the mission is to lose it anyway, we thought it would be best given to a friend, to my wife, for whom it was meant.
See, you are right. It has been her right to live there for some years now, and she has deserved that right. See, I would rather that she should have it than another.
Gracias, Padre. Then I will make my petition right away.
See, and when they ask you, you may say that you have my permission.
And so Juan Marine petitioned for and was granted Rancho San Pascual in 1835 by Governor Figueroa. But even though he went to the trouble to get it, this great parcel of land meant little in those days. He and Doña Eulalia continued to live in San Gabriel and kept only a few head of cattle on the ranch. And when Marine died in 1838, his heirs didn't even trouble to keep it up, but soon left the rancho vacant. According to Mexican law, this nullified the grant. And so, in 1843, Governor Michel Torrena chose it as his gift to his faithful lieutenant, Manuel Garfias, on the occasion of the birth of that young man's first child. But within 3 years came the news that Mexico was at war with the United States, and Garfias feared the loss of his rancho, and the Americans were victorious. So, Manuel Garfias rallied to the flag of General Juan Flores in battling the Americans. But soon, he too knew the Americans were victorious. It was on the day of January 9th, 1847, as the California forces retreated from the Battle of La Mesa and pulled up their thinning ranks on Raymond Hill and Rancho San Pascual.
Lieutenant Garfield, this is your land, isn't it?
Si, General.
Then you know the terrain better than any other. You will direct the placing of the company so that we may make a stand here.
Si, General. And may I suggest that you make your headquarters in my caretaker's house, which is just up the hill from here.
Gracias, I will. We shall go there right now.
Wait, General. It is a scout riding in.
Si, the enemy has been sighted, no doubt.
General Flores?
Si, what news do you bring?
General Ferman's army has arrived in San Fernando. We're caught between two fires now, senores.
Caramba. And that is the finish.
Si, that is the finish. We cannot even hope to fight them now.
You mean surrender, General Flores?
Yeah, for you Californianos, do whatever you like. As for me, my duty is to the Republic of Mexico. I'm going back there.
You mean you're running away?
Si, running away from where the war is finished to where the real fighting is going on, Mexico.
Caramba, you are right. Even though the Americanos have taken California, they cannot hold it without winning the war in Mexico. Then perhaps the way to get California back is to leave here and join our forces down there.
Precisely, Lieutenant. I am leaving as soon as possible, while I can still make my escape.
I am going with you.
Very well. Tell the men. Any of them who want to continue to fight may come with me.
Si, General. And we'll defeat the Americanos and save our lands yet.
In Los Angeles County, there are today more than 1.5 million separate lots or parcels of land. In the office of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles are books containing the complete title history of each and every one of these lots or parcels. There are some 1,800 of these lot books, as they're called, and they're large books, and the pages are ruled into columns, one of which is set aside for each individual lot. If your home is in Los Angeles County, there's a column devoted to it. In that column is noted a reference to every deed, mortgage, or other instrument in which that property is described, the parties to it, and the date of its recording. Also entered here are references to probate proceedings, divorce actions, in fact, any kind of litigation in which reference was made to this property, or which was known to have a possible effect upon its ownership. There are some 50 public offices that are the sources of land title information. Representatives of the Title Insurance and Trust Company check all of these sources every day for new facts. All new entries, of which there are an average of about 1,500 per day for the entire county, are entered in these books the same day that the documents from which they are taken are filed or recorded. The lot books form one of the several important tools by which the company is able to provide you with title insurance protection so promptly and at such low rates when you invest your money in land.
Lieutenant Manuel Garfias left his Rancho San Pascual to fight with the Mexican forces in the south. And after their defeat, he remained there, fearful of returning. But when the news of the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo reached him, he was overjoyed.
Senor, listen to this.
See, Manuel, what is it?
I am going to California.
Are you crazy? There'll be a price on your head. You'll be thrown into jail immediately.
No, haven't you heard? There will be no reprisals. The Americano government's agreed to treat everyone as though there had been no war. They will pardon us all.
No. Oh, that is wonderful news. Then we can return home.
See, and more than that, they have agreed to recognize our ownership of the lands. My Rancho San Pascual is safe. It is mine. They will not take it away from me.
Caramba, the Americanos, they do strange things.
See. They go contrary to the rules of victory. Perhaps it will not be so bad to have California a part of the United States.
Don Manuel hurried back to Los Angeles and built a lavish ranch house at the edge of the arroyo near Cathedral Oak. And there entertained his friends. It was the showplace of the county, but it had cost a lot of money for those times, and Don Manuel had had to borrow to build it. And so, one day, he went to his friend Dr. John S. Griffin, who'd served as surgeon for the American forces during the war.
Come in, Don Manuel. Come in. It's a surprise to see you here at this time of day.
Gracias, amigo mío.
What is it, a stomach ache or a social call?
It's more like a headache, but not the kind you think I mean.
Eh? You sound like you have troubles, amigo mío.
See, many troubles. And most of all, I am troubled about the money I owe you.
Oh, come now. You needn't worry about that, my friend. Just forget about it until better days.
Forget about $8,000? The worst of it is not 8,000 anymore. It's over 9,000. For I have paid you no interest.
Well, times are hard, and I know what this land commission contest has cost you, so don't worry about the money. It can wait till you get back on your feet.
But it cannot wait. I may never get back on my feet.
Don Manuel, you shouldn't talk like that.
I cannot help it. Amigo mío, I've about come to the end of my financial rope. That is why I'm here.
You want another loan, my friend?
No. I have a proposition for you. You took a mortgage on the Rancho San Pascual to secure your loan.
See, but you need have no fear on that score. I have no intention of foreclosing.
No, I realize that, senor. But I want you to take the rancho.
You want me to take it?
See. I want you to give me another $2,000 for the oxen, horses, and farm implements, and take the rancho.
Don Manuel, I don't know what to say.
Surely you will take it. Is it not a good buy?
Oh, yes. Of course it's a good buy, but what on earth would I do with a rancho?
Well, you, starting off with a clean slate, could probably make money on it. Or who knows, maybe someday a town will be built there.
Oh, I hardly think that's likely, but...
Please, Doctor, say you will take it.
I don't want it, Don Manuel. I wouldn't know what to do with it.
Well, then, just as a favor to me, it will help me out of my dilemma. Come. Just as a favor to me.
Oh, very well. I'll talk to my friend Ben Wilson. See what we can arrange between us.
And so by the time the United States patent for the Rancho San Pascual was forwarded to Garfias from Washington, the land was owned jointly by Dr. Griffin and his friend Benjamin D. Wilson. The patent, bearing the signature of President Abraham Lincoln, is the basis for all land titles in Pasadena today. Another friend of the two owners, Judge Eaton, lived on the ranch, and it was he who brought a visitor from the east to see the land one day in 1873.
Well, what do you think of this country, Mr. Barry?
Oh, it's right pretty, in a different sort of way.
Oh. You mean it's not much like Indiana, huh?
I suppose that's what I mean, all right. I can't quite get used to it.
Yeah, but you came out here to buy land.
Oh, yeah. I represent the California colony of Indiana. We're looking for a place to settle, all right, but, well, I haven't seen anything yet. Takes my eye.
California colony of Indiana. It's a strange-sounding name.
It wouldn't be so strange to you if you'd spend a winter back in Indiana.
Pretty cold, huh?
Colder than Blixen. That's what decided them. A lot of folks, after hearing so much about the perpetual sunshine, decided they're going to start an Indiana colony right out here. They sent me to pick out the land.
You haven't found it yet, huh?
Well, I haven't seen anything. Takes my eye.
Well, you will. In just a second, too. And just wait till we top this rise here. You look out across the arroyo into that greenest, most fertile, most beautiful spot in California, nestled in the shelter of the Tyrone Mountains.
Judge, you sound just like an auctioneer. And you may be right.
Well, I know you'll agree I am right.
However, I'll reserve my judgment till I have a look.
All right, then. Yeah. Here's the top of the rise now. Whoa, Betsy. Whoa, girl. Whoa. There she is. Rancho San Pascual. What do you say?
Yeah, you might be right. Anyway, it does sort of take my eye.
After a more lengthy look at the rancho, it more than took D.M. Barry's eye. In fact, when the California colony of Indiana was wrecked by the panic of 1873, he organized a new group in Los Angeles, the San Gabriel Orange Grove Association. They purchased 4,000 acres of land, and on January 27, 1874, founded a new town. It was not for 2 years that it was to receive its name. And then it was Dr. T.B. Eliot who suggested...
Well, how about a name like Pasadena?
Pasadena?
Mm-hmm.
What's it mean?
Well, it's a Chippewa Indian. It means something like Crown of the Valley.
Crown of the Valley.
Uh-huh. Yeah. And after all, that's what our town is. At the head of the San Gabriel Valley, the Crown City.
Mm-hmm.
It's a euphonious name, too, you see. It's euphonious.
Oh, yeah, it sure is. Sounds good, too. Well, sort of takes my ear. Let's put it to vote for the folks.
The name Pasadena was chosen for the fast-growing little community, and now the farms began to give way to streets, buildings, and homes. The city was growing up, even though when the visitors stopped into the general store to inquire where the post office was...
Right here, mister. Just put your letter in the cigar box under the counter. It's for both income and outgoing mail. In fact, this cigar box is the post office.
Improvements came slowly, but the population took a big jump after that day in 1885 when... the first railroad came to Pasadena, the San Gabriel Railroad, which linked Pasadena with Los Angeles. Civic feeling was welded by the appearance of the first Pasadena published newspaper, the Star, forerunner of the present-day Star News, which ran its first edition in 1886. 4 years later, in 1890, an event took place which was to spread the name of Pasadena all over the world and become the biggest single attraction to bring tourists to Pasadena. It was a pioneer resident, Dr. Charles Frederick HOJO, suggested the idea.
And why not an annual flower festival? Why, we could make a real spectacle out of it. It would really advertise our city all over Southern California.
But the Pasadena Tournament of Roses did much more than that. Started 52 years ago, it has become one of the most celebrated of all civic festivals. It dramatically advertises to the world the mild climate of Southern California by its New Year's Day setting. And it annually attracts over 1 million visitors to Pasadena for the parade and the Rose Bowl game. As the population grew and Pasadena became known as an ideal residential community, the need for educational facilities grew. And so, in 1891, Amos G. Troop opened his Troop Polytechnic Institute, a school which was to become, in 1910, the California Institute of Technology, one of the world's great centers for study and scientific research. There, many great discoveries have been made. And on the staff are 3 Nobel Prize winners, honored as among the greatest scientific minds of our day.
Dr. Robert A. Millikan,
who first measured the electronic charge.
Dr. Carl Anderson,
discoverer of the positron.
Dr. Thomas Hunt Morgan,
awarded the prize for his biological research in genetics. And as Pasadena grew, so did its attractions for the tourist. In 1893, Thaddeus S.C. Lowe's dreamed-of inclined railroad up the side of a mountain that bears his name was put into operation. In 1904, Dr. George C. Hale obtained the funds from the Carnegie Institute of Washington to build the great Mount Wilson Observer, one of the world's finest institutions for the study of our expanding universe. In 1921, a group of traveling players stranded in Pasadena became the nucleus for the Pasadena Community Playhouse, an art theater which has become famous throughout Europe and America. In 1919, in neighboring San Marino, Henry E. Huntington founded his library and art gallery, repository for one of the world's finest collections of rare books, manuscripts, and paintings. And as Pasadena thus became a city unparalleled in cultural institutions, its growth as a residential community continued, until today, its beautiful streets, its lovely homes, its unmatched civic center, have attracted over 100,000 residents to the land of Rancho San Pascual. This is indeed a story of progress from the great sprawling grazing land of Doña Eulalia's rancho to the Pasadena, South Pasadena, and Altadena of today. Such is the romance of the ranchos. The two adjoining tracts, totaling approximately 4,000 acres, bought by the San Gabriel Orange Grove Association for the purpose of founding the city of Pasadena, were purchased from one Thomas F. Crofts. The date of the sale was December 29, 1873. The total price was $25,000, or slightly more than $6 per acre. The land included much of what is now downtown Pasadena, where business property has recently sold for more than $3,000 per front foot. Almost as striking as the increase in value of that land is the increase in the number of separate parcels into which it has been divided, from 2 tracts the founders bought to scores of thousands today. As the land was divided and as individual lots and parcels were sold and resold, mortgaged, given, bequeathed, or otherwise transferred from owner to owner through the years, the task of providing title insurance service and protection has grown in both complexity and importance. In spite of this, the rates for title insurance protection provided today by the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles average lower than similar protection costs almost anywhere in the United States. And now, what's the story for next week, Frank?
Next week, we'll recreate something of the life of another great pioneer of the Southland, John Temple, whom the Californians called Don Juan, and who owned much of the land which is Long Beach today. It's a story that has plenty of action and drama, so don't miss it. Until next week, then, this is your wandering vaquero, Frank Graham, saying, hasta la vista, señoras y señores.
The Romance of the Ranchos, a presentation of the Title Insurance and Trust Company of Los Angeles, featuring Frank Graham as the wandering vaquero, is dramatized by John Dunkel and produced by Ted Bliss, with special music arranged by Gaylord Carter. Bob Lamond saying good night.
And now, a Western adventure of old-time radio drama, premiering on July 8, 1950, and running through September 14, 1952. Movie star Joel McCrea stars as Texas Ranger Jace Pearson, who uses the latest scientific techniques to identify the criminals, and of course his faithful horse Charcoal to track them down. These shows were actual reenactments of Texas Ranger cases. The series was produced and directed by Stacy Keach Sr. and was sponsored for part of its run by Wheaties. Ladies and gentlemen, right here on HOJO Radio, Tales of the Texas Rangers. Next.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. From the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, the Cactus Pear.
It is 4 p.m., the afternoon of March 28, 1947. Robert Coots, a new hand on the Triangle Ranch, is repairing a fence on the southeast range. He stops as a rider approaches.
Oh, boy! Oh!
Howdy, Breck.
Don't howdy me, Coots. Well, I see you finally got my job.
I got a job because there was one open. If you left it open, that's your worry, I reckon, not mine.
You've been making up to the old man, trying to get me fired ever since you came into this country.
That ain't so, and you know it. I've been looking for work, yeah. But you didn't get fired on my account. You got sacked because you can't leave a bottle alone.
Sounds like you're calling me a liar.
I ain't calling you anything. I'm just telling you. Now, how about clearing off?
You telling me to clear off this range? All right, I'll get. But before I do, I'm going to whip your tail, Coots.
You better not try it, Breck, because you ain't about to whip my tail.
Oh, wait, I...
No! You ain't. Now, clear off, like I told you. Don't come back.
Ain't going to be no need for me to come back.
Put that shotgun down.
Get away from me. Get away. Here's the other barrel for good measure. All right, boy. Come on, get up. Get up.
The body of ranch hand Robert Coots was discovered by the owner of the ranch next day when he rode out to search for the missing rider. He summoned the sheriff, and the sheriff called for the assistance of a Texas ranger. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case.
Say you spotted the buzzards this morning, Mr. Galt?
Yeah, and I found Coots. From the look of him, he must have been shot sometime yesterday. Thought I heard a shotgun yesterday afternoon. Should have rode out then.
Why didn't you?
Sheriff, you know, we've been having a time with the coyotes and mountain cats lately. I just figured one of my hands must have spotted one and cut loose.
Coots was fixing a break in the fence, eh?
Yeah, that's right. Might have known something was wrong when Coots didn't come back to the ranch last night.
Spot's just up ahead where my deputy's standing.
Yeah, I can see the body now. Anybody been stealing cattle around here lately, Sheriff?
Oh, a few head now and then, Jace. Nothing big. Coots might have run into somebody doing it, though.
Might have.
Here we are. Oh, boy.
Oh, Charcoal.
Oh, boy.
Howdy, Sheriff. Ranger. Hi there. Yeah. Tie the horses off at the fence here. I don't want them tramping around near the body.
Good idea.
Coots with you a long time, Mr. Galt?
No, Reggie, no. Hired him on less than a week ago.
He was new around here, Jace. Only been here about a month, all told.
You ever say where he came from?
Yep, over around Marfa.
Hit with both barrels, Jace. Once through the stomach, once through the head.
Yeah. He was on the ground when the second charge hit him, though. Look, some of the shot clipped the grass.
Yeah.
Killer's horse stopped here, too.
Looks like.
Coots must have had a fist fight with the man who killed him.
How do you figure that, Jace?
A little dried blood on the grass here, scuffle marks, and some of the blades pressed down as though somebody'd been lying here.
Coots was shot, though. Might be his blood, you know.
No, with his wounds, he was killed instantly. He didn't move 15 feet and then back again after getting blasted like that. Come on.
All right.
Yeah, what you looking for?
Horse moved off this way. Prints mixed right in with some of your herd. They were grazing around here and then took off mighty sudden. See here where they dug in to get started?
Yeah, that could mean a cattle thief, all right, chasing the stock, Jace.
We'll find out. Let's get back to the horses and follow this trail. All right. This is far enough. Ooh, Charcoal.
Hold up.
Now, whoever it was, he wasn't trying to steal cattle. He was following the herd tracks so the trail of his horse wouldn't stand out clear.
I don't see how you can tell that.
Well, herd moved uprange toward the mesa. Anybody stealing them would have been driving them to the south fence where the state road is. Have to get them to a truck to get them away.
Yeah, but what made them run then, Jace?
A shotgun must have stampeded them. If they'd been driven, someone would have left marks where they cut out to get away from the rider. And the rider would have left tracks cutting after him.
I see what you mean. But shouldn't we keep on trailing them, though?
Yeah, but not this way. He was headed for rocky ground near the mesa, trying to lose anybody who might follow him. He's smart.
I don't get your plan.
Well, he was careful leaving here after he killed a man. He mightn't have been so careful riding in before he killed. We'll backtrack the trail he took getting here. It might tell us where he came from.
That makes sense, Jace. Let's go.
Hey,
up, boy.
Ranger, can I have the body picked up by the funeral house now?
Yeah. Even an autopsy isn't going to tell us much.
Oh? I thought you could tell a lot from the shot that killed somebody. That ballistic stuff, you know.
Not so much with a shotgun. Barrels are smooth bore. Don't leave rifle marks, but Hey, hold it.
What'd you find, Ranger?
These. Empty 16-gauge shotgun shells. Killer might have ejected him here to reload his shotgun in case he ran into trouble.
Huh? Well, can you tell anything with those?
If we find the gun they came from, we might be able to match the way the hammer hits the shell.
Yeah, if we find the shotgun. Every rancher and cowpoke in the county must have one.
The sheriff and I backtracked on the approach the killer had used to get to the Triangle Ranch owned by Galt, but we came to a dead end.
Well, Jace, guess this is as far as we go. Can't follow him on pavement or the gravel road shoulder.
I rode out from town. That's too bad. I was hoping he'd come from a ranch someplace. Would have narrowed us down to one spot.
Not much we can do now, except go around examining shotguns.
One other thing first. A couple of deep tracks in that ditch off the road. Must have had rain here recently.
Yeah, day before yesterday.
That's why he left such a clear print there yesterday, then. I want to get a kit from my radio car and drive back here.
What for?
Take a couple of photographs of that print. Make a plaster impression of it. Help us to identify the horse, if we find him. We took the cast and headed for town. To check every horse in the territory would have been impossible, so I had to gamble on a shortcut.
Howdy, Ranger. Sheriff.
Howdy.
Howdy. Hey, mind dropping that hammer a minute and taking a look at this?
Sure thing. Hey, what is it?
Plaster cast. Shoe print of a left hind hoof.
You remember making a shoe like this, Ed?
Common plate, Sheriff. It was caulked or something I might remember, but I don't know.
I know it's a tough one, but all shoes are a little different. Wear in different places. Hoofs have to be fitted for slightly different shapes.
That's true, all right. If I come across that shoe now, after seeing the cast, I might recognize it.
Good. I'm going to leave this cast here. If anybody brings in a horse to be shod, and the left hind hoof looks like the cast, don't touch it until you call us.
Be right glad to help. I'll keep my eyes open.
Any other blacksmiths around here, Sheriff?
Oh, not for over 50 miles. We going looking for that gun now?
You start on it. I'm going to pay another visit to the Triangle Ranch. I want to talk with Mr. Galt again.
Finish here in a minute, Ranger. Hey, Joe. Yeah? Turn on the rest of the irrigation pumps, will you? Okay. That's fine. Good. What was it you wanted to know?
I asked you if Coots seemed nervous, like he'd been running away from something, or somebody he was afraid might catch up with him.
No, I can't say he did. All he was anxious about was finding a job. Seemed like good workers, so when I had an opening, I took him on regular.
Oh, one of your hands leave?
No. You see, I had to fire a poke named Harvey Breck.
Fired him, huh? Why?
Drinking, making trouble in the bunkhouse, not doing his work.
Did this Breck know Coots?
Just been seeing him around.
How did Breck take it when you told him he was fired?
Well, he was kind of drunk. Cussed me out a little.
Is that all?
Yep. I paid him off, give him an extra month like I do with any hand I have to let go. He seemed all right after that.
You know where this Breck is living now?
Here he's bunked up in one of them deserted adobe huts by the old Quicksilver mine. Road's washed out, though. All the huts are empty since mine stopped operating. Why, Ranger? You going to see him?
I sure intend to. I went back through town and picked up the sheriff. We rode our horses out to the abandoned mine.
I've checked 100 guns today, Jace. Every tough and near tough I could think of.
No good, though, huh?
No hammer marks like the one we're looking for.
You fire the guns to get a test shell for comparison?
Sure. But I'd swear none of them was the gun we want. I kept the most likely ones and labeled them for you, though.
Good. You can add one more when we test Breck's gun.
And here are the shacks now. Oh, boy.
Ooh, charcoal. Ooh.
Must be that one. Little smoke's coming up the chimney. There's Breck. Heard us coming.
You fellas looking for... Oh. Howdy, Sheriff.
Howdy, Breck. Ranger wants a few words with you.
Okay.
Mind if we come inside?
All right.
Reckon you know that somebody killed the man who took your place over at the Triangle Ranch.
Yeah, so I heard.
Happened Tuesday afternoon. Where were you?
I was right here. Anybody who says I wasn't is a liar.
Nobody said anything yet. Where's your shotgun?
I don't have a gun.
You don't, huh? And where's the gun you cleaned not long ago?
I didn't clean...
Don't tell me you didn't. This oily rag in the corner says you did. This rag was used for cleaning a gun and nothing else.
Better get the gun, Breck. We want to see it.
It's under the bunk.
.16 gauge double barrel.
Yeah, loaded too. Hey, let me have it a minute. Let's match these with the shells you've been carrying, Sheriff.
Hey, wait a minute.
Shut up, Breck.
Twins, all right, Sheriff.
No doubt about these matching.
Breck, we found these shells on the Triangle Ranch. Hammer marks match yours, and Coots was killed with a shotgun.
Not that gun. Sure, you found shells from it on the Triangle Ranch because I worked on the Triangle Ranch, remember? You get laughed out of court with evidence like that. I fired 100 shots out there. At coyotes.
Your story could hold, Jace.
Yeah, maybe, maybe not. Because there's one other thing, Breck. We're all going to take a ride into town after I check the shoes on your horse.
Now, that's real interesting, Ranger. Because if we're riding into town, you'll be packing me behind you. I don't own a horse.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McRae as Ranger Jace Pearson. Now we continue with tonight's case, The Cactus Pear, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
Breck had us stopped, and he knew it. His story about the coyotes and the empty shotgun shells covered him, and we didn't even have enough to take him in. We left him and headed back for town.
If he is the one, Jace, we're going to have a time proving it. Gunn would have made a strong case against anybody who hadn't worked on the ranch, but he can alibi that.
Yeah.
You got something on your mind, Jace. What is it?
He swore he hadn't been on the Triangle Ranch in a week, since Galt fired him.
Yeah. We can't prove otherwise.
I don't know. If he did shoot at a coyote, it must have been before Galt fired him. That means those empty shells would have been lying out in the ground when it rained 2 days ago. Cardboard portion of the shells don't look like they'd been wet.
The sun could have dried them out after the rain, Jace.
Yeah, there's some metal on the shell, too. I'm going to send those shells through to the lab at Austin.
You think they'll be able to tell if they've been out in the rain or not?
Metal gets wet. There's got to be some oxidation. Lab will know whether there is or not. If there isn't, it'll mean the shells were fired in the past 2 days.
Yeah, but he'd still stick to his story, Jace. You know how a jury is with scientific evidence. A little leery of it sometimes.
I know we'll need more. I wasn't thinking of the shells as jury evidence. I was thinking of them as a time saver for us.
Oh.
If he's telling the truth, we'll have to start all over. But if he's lying, we'll have to trip him up. I sent the shells through to Austin, and while I waited for a report, I drove to Coots' old home at Marfa. He'd been well liked there. No reason for anybody to follow him and kill him. It was a routine check, and on the way back, I got my report from Austin.
KTXA to Unit 10.
Unit 10 to KTXA. Go ahead.
Have report from Austin Lab on exhibits submitted by Unit 10 for examination.
Ready for it.
Lab reports slight oxidation, probably caused by brief exposure to normal night moisture.
No evidence that shells were thoroughly soaked, though.
No indication of such exposure in lab report.
10-4, Unit 10, clear.
KTXA Austin.
I drove back south as hard as I could. When I got near the Quicksilver mine, I took charcoal out of the trailer and rode onto the shack Breck had been using to make sure he was still around. Oh, boy. Oh, charcoal. Breck, open up. I want to talk to you.
All right, what do you want this time?
I just want to make sure you're still around, that's all.
Well, you see me, don't you?
Yeah. I see something else, too. Looks like you've been packing a few things in there.
That's my business, not yours.
I'll make it my business if you try to leave this county.
Now, look, Ranger, you got nothing on me, or you'd have taken me in before. If I want to move out of here, I reckon I can move.
You try it. You'll hit the county jail so fast it won't even give your spurs time to rattle.
Yeah, you're talking big, but you ain't got a charge to hold me on. There ain't no law against shooting coyotes.
No, but there's a law against moving into a shack without the owner's permission. The mining company give you the right to live here?
Yeah.
It isn't going to be hard to check on.
All right, then, Ranger, go back to town and check. Because until you do and get a warrant, you got no right in here. Have you?
Okay, Breck. I'll be back. And you better be here. I got back to town as fast as I could. I had to have a minor charge to hold him on. But as I pulled up to the sheriff's office, I found out I wasn't going to need it.
Stay in the car, Jace.
Why? What's up?
You got here just in time. We're just heading for my car. Let's move.
Which way?
Straight ahead. Blacksmith shop. He found the horse we've been looking for.
Oh, boy. Oh, there. Oh. Yeah. Here, Ranger, look. Just like the cast. Oh, boy. You see this nick in the left hind shoe? This nail bent a little? Same as the impression on the cast.
That's it, all right. Who owns him?
Ranger, you're probably going to eat me out for this, but he's mine.
Yours?
You mean to say you couldn't recognize a shoe you fitted to one of your own horses?
Well, that's the trouble, Ranger. I didn't shoe him. I only bought him a month ago, and I was just going to put new plates on him for the first time now. That's how come I just spotted the shoe.
What were you doing out on the Triangle Ranch when Coots was killed?
But, Ranger, I wasn't out there.
Your horse was, last Tuesday.
But I wasn't riding him. I loaned him out.
You better tell us who you loaned him to.
Well, I let Harvey Breck use him.
What?
Breck?
Well, my wife couldn't tell you. I'll call her.
You don't have to call her. Come on, Sheriff. Let's go. We stopped for the sheriff's horse, loaded him in the double trailer with charcoal, and then headed for the mine. We left the car at the washout, unloaded the horses, and rode to the adobe shack Breck was using.
We got enough to take him in now, Jace.
If he's still here, he was packing to leave.
Look, he hasn't left yet. There's the hut he was using. Crack a light under the door.
We're on time, then. Not much to spare. It's a cinch he figures to move out tonight.
He won't move now.
Stop here. Move, Charcoal. He isn't going to come easy, Sheriff. Watch out for that shotgun.
He wants gunplay. He can have it.
We'll know when he answers the door. All right, Breck. Open up.
We know you're in there, Breck. Now, come on.
Maybe waiting in there so he can nail us with that shotgun if we bust in.
We can wait out here for you, Breck.
Yeah. That light in there could keep us waiting all night if he's gone.
You mean it's a trick to slow us up?
We'll find out. Keep that door covered while I kick it in.
Right.
The hut was empty. Breck had made his getaway. We went over the ground outside to get his direction. It led toward rugged country, and we followed as fast as we could on horseback, cutting back and forth to pick up his marks. Went up into these hills, Sheriff. We made some time. He was easy to trail this far, and he's on foot.
Yeah, but we're going to be on foot, too, now.
Why?
He's headed for the border, Jace. The Rio Grande's that way, but no horse can take this country between here and there. Oh, boy.
Oh, Charcoal. How far is it to the river?
40 miles of country the devil won't have, and we'll have to cover every inch of it on foot.
Well, that's what he's doing. Come on, let's go. We must be close to him by... Hey, look, Sheriff.
That's him. Top on the ridge.
Get to cover under that ledge.
You better hide and stay there. I got you pinned down.
Hobble the horses so they can move off and graze later.
How are we going to get to him? Long way up that ridge, and we'll be moving right into his sights.
You go around that way.
All right.
Crawl and hug whatever cover you can find. I'll go the other way and see if we can't circle in behind him. We moved slowly, inches at a time, up the side of the treacherous slope. Took almost an hour, and it was just what Breck wanted. All right, don't move.
Is that you, Jace?
Yes, Sheriff.
Jace, he isn't here.
Of course he isn't. I should have figured his play.
Only reason he fired from up here was to trick us into giving him time.
Sure it was. He's ahead of us with the night to cover him. We don't have horses to give us an edge anymore. Let's see if we can pick up his trail.
But Jace, if we're going into this, we're going to need water.
No time to go back for it now. We'll have to get it as we find it.
If we find it.
He's headed this way. Come on. We'll have to keep trail cutting. And it's going to be plenty rough. It's like the sheriff said. Country the devil wouldn't have. Breck was piling up a lead with every hour of the night.
We have to cover 2 miles to his 1, Jace. Every time we lose the trail, he gains ground.
Can't be helped.
We get to the top of this ridge, and it may be the wrong one again, like the last 2 we climbed.
It'll be daylight in a couple of hours. We'll be able to spot his tracks better then, and we can move faster.
Maybe we better rest until then.
Can't. I'm counting on him having to rest. That's the only time we can make up on him.
I reckon you're right, Chase. But it'll be another day and night of this without a wink, and no guarantee we catch him at that. He may go any direction to make us cross him.
You want to rest a few hours while I go on ahead?
If you're going, I'm going.
Good. Come on.
If we only knew which...
Hold it, Sheriff.
What?
Scrub between the rocks. Here, throw your light on it.
All right.
Look. Barely grown in the earth between the rocks. Roots ripped out a little and exposed.
Yeah. Fresh, too.
Grabbed the scrub to pull himself up.
Good. Means we aren't climbing this and for nothing this time.
No. We better keep on climbing.
Almost 24 hours. Getting dark again, Jace.
Yeah. And more mountains ahead. Here, wait.
Lose him?
No. No, cut over this way. Something on the ground by that cactus patch.
Yeah. Dug for water again and hit it, too. Still wet.
Yeah. Dig a little. Get a drink for yourself.
Knows the country all right. Never misses. Seems to know just where to dig if there's even a mouthful of water. What you doing over there?
He ate here. Rested, too. Cactus pear's been cut and skinned. Sun hasn't dried the skins out yet. He's only an hour or so ahead now. His tracks show he's slowing down.
Still going fast enough to make that river sometime tonight, though.
We'll be there, too, then.
Little water running up in this hole now, Chase. You better take a mouthful.
You first.
Thanks.
Then let's move. We pressed as hard as we could, but he was getting closer to the river.
Going towards Santa Elena Canyon, Chase. River's narrow there.
How far?
Less than half a mile away.
Gotta run then, Sheriff. Can you make it?
Try.
Look.
His shotgun.
Couldn't haul it any further. Lightening up to make his last run.
I think I heard something ahead.
Keep going. We heard him in front of us. And we broke through the brush at the river. He was just wading in.
Stop, Breck! I'll get him. Don't make me put a bullet in you, Breck.
You ain't taking me.
Oh, yes, I am.
Let go. Let go. I'm over the border.
Not while you're still in the river.
Let go, I said.
Get him!
Yeah. But you're going to have to help me. Drag him to shore.
A few more feet, he'd have made it.
He needed just a few more seconds. Just about as long as it took to eat a cactus pear.
Harvey Breck was tried and convicted for the murder of Robert Coots. His sentence, 99 years.
And now, here again is the star of our show, Joel McCrea.
When the Allies invaded Normandy in World War II, they got an idea as to how far the fame of the Texas Rangers had spread. Both surrendering Nazis and liberated Free French said they knew the war was as good as over because the Texas Rangers had landed. Of course, it was the heroic American Ranger troops who made the landings. But nothing could convince the Nazi war prisoners that these were not the terrible Texans they'd heard about in many American legends. Good night, folks. See you same time next week.
Next week, Joel McCrea in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrea is currently seen starring in the MGM production Stars in My Crown. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Wilms Herbert, Tom McKee, and Gerald Moore. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. This is Hal Gibney speaking.
Three chimes mean good times on NBC. Monday means music on NBC. Tomorrow night, the voice of Firestone presents a selection of melodies in the Christmas spirit, with Metropolitan Opera star Jerome Hines as soloist. The NBC Symphony brings you another one-hour concert featuring works by Vivaldi and Beethoven under the baton of the brilliant young conductor Guido Cantelli.
Thanks for listening to HOJO Radio. We have more classic radio coming your way next.
The National Broadcasting Company presents Joel McCrea in Tales of the Texas Rangers. Tonight, transcribed from Hollywood, another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. Texas, more than 260,000 square miles, and 50 men who make up the most famous and oldest law enforcement body in North America. Now, from the files of the Texas Rangers come these stories based on fact. Only names, dates, and places are fictitious for obvious reasons. The events themselves are a matter of record. Case for tonight, The Devil's Share.
It is 6:45 p.m., October 26, 1939. Frank Whalen, a dirt farmer, is sitting down to his simple evening meal when the door to the kitchen opens and his brother, Jeff Whalen, comes in.
Well, howdy, Jeff. Thought you was going to spend a couple of weeks up at Big D.
So I changed my mind and come back. Any law against that?
Didn't say there was. Yeah, just fixing to eat. I'll get your plate.
Stop playing big brother. If I want to eat, I can rustle my own grub. You can call it fatback and beans grub.
What's the matter with you anyhow, Jeff?
Nothing. Just leave me alone.
You've been acting like this for quite a spell. Thought taking a trip would do you some good. Jeff, why'd you come back?
I met Luther Riggs up in Big D. He told me you and Ma Jan was fixing to get married.
Oh. So that's it.
Why didn't you tell me?
Because of the way you've been acting. I was going to tell you when you come back.
You should have had a talk with me, Frank. Marjan used to be my girl, remember?
Used to be, ain't now, Jeff.
Maybe you should ask me a few things about Marjan. Maybe there's a couple of things you ought to know.
Anything I want to know about Marjan, she'll tell me herself. As far as you're concerned, ain't nothing to tell.
No, huh? You ought to learn a little about women, Frank. You might learn a lot if you didn't spend so many days looking at the rear end of a mule, so many nights poking your nose into that Bible of yours.
If it's hurt me any, I reckon I'll find out when judgment comes. Meantime, I ain't taking your word for it.
Meantime, you ain't bringing Marjan here either. Or maybe you're forgetting it. I'm half owner of this farm.
You'll never prove it by anything you grew here.
The law says I'm half owner with or without growing anything. You want to bring a wife here, you better buy me out. You can have my share for $2,000 and good riddance.
Jeff, you got yourself a deal. I'll give you $800 cash in the morning and notes for the rest.
You give me $2,000 cash in the morning.
I ain't got that kind of money, and you know it.
Who do you think you're kidding? You had a good crop? You got that much in the bank right now?
Yeah, I got it. And almost half of it belongs to old Uncle Joe for working on shares. Work you wouldn't raise a hand to do.
I don't care about you or Uncle Joe. Let him wait, not me.
Jeff, get this. And get it straight. Uncle Joe is going to get every nickel that's coming to him whenever and however he wants it. He's worked for it.
Okay, Frank. I just guess you and me and Marjan gonna live here like one big happy family. Maybe Marjan will like that more than you think.
You... Jeff, if you wasn't my brother... I'll get your money for you, somehow. I'll get it and you can clear out. I wouldn't have Marjan around dirt like you for $1 million.
Oh, she used to be mighty fond of dirt like me.
Jeff, shut up, I tell you! Don't say nothing else, Jeff. Don't open your mouth. It's only remembering when we was kids together and the memory of Ma and Pa that's keeping me from beating you.
That's just too bad, Frank. Because I ain't like you. Memories don't bother me at all. You ain't gonna do anything to me, Frank. And I'm gonna get what I want, and I'm gonna get it all now, including Marjan.
Jeff! Put that bread knife back on the table.
I took a knife to you once before, Frank. Pa stopped me that time. But Pa ain't around anymore.
Give me that knife, Jeff!
Joe, take it! I bet you sure wish Pa was here this time. Jeff Whalen waited until next morning before reporting the death of his brother Frank to the local sheriff. The sheriff asked for the assistance of a Texas ranger. Ranger Jace Pearson was assigned to the case.
Well, Jace, I went all over the place earlier this morning when I was called here, and now you've been all over it. If you see anything, I must have missed it.
Doesn't seem to be much to see except the body.
Want to talk to the brother now? He's still waiting in the parlor.
Yeah, I know. I'll see him in a minute. Look at the table where Frank Whalen was eating. I was cutting his bread from this whole loaf. Crumbs show that. And it was a sharp, clean cut. This eating knife's the only one on the table, though. That's not sharp enough to slice the bread that way.
He might have cut the bread, then put the knife away.
It's possible, but it doesn't figure.
No, it doesn't. Fella sits down to his food, he don't put nothing away until he's through.
And Whalen wasn't through. From the looks of it, he just started to eat.
What you looking in the drawers for?
Murder weapon, maybe? Something like this bread knife?
Could be, I guess, but that knife's clean.
Yeah, too clean. Look at the blade and the handle.
Well, what about him?
The other knives in this drawer don't shine like this one. This one's got special treatment.
Hey, I see what you're driving at. You figured it was rubbed with a scouring pad to remove blood, maybe, huh?
That's something we'll have to find out, but it's worth a bet. It's been cleaned up too well to help us any, though. We might as well put it back in the drawer.
Seems like that knife's the only thing we got to go on, Jace. And we're not even sure of that.
I know. We better have a talk with Whalen's brother right now.
Sure, but Jeff won't be able to help much.
Why not?
He just got back from Dallas early this morning. Called me soon as he found the body.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, we might as well see him anyhow.
Marjan Galt's in the parlor with him, Jace.
Oh, who's she?
And Marjan and Frank Whalen was fixing to get married. Folks tried to keep her away when the news got out, but She came anyhow.
Yeah, it's just as well. She might know something.
She's broke up pretty bad. Parlor's here. Sliding door. I'll open it. Jeff, the ranger'd like to talk to you and Marjan now.
When can I see Frank? I want to see him now.
I think it'd be better if you didn't, ma'am.
For your own good, Marjan.
Last night. Only last night I was home, but I was sewing pillowcases.
No, come on, please, Marjan. Look, do you have to talk to her now? I can tell you anything you want to know.
All right. But I think you'd better come into the next room then.
Okay.
Ma'am, why don't you just stretch out on that sofa and rest? All right, Jeff. When did you find your brother's body?
Well, like I told the sheriff, by 5 o'clock this morning when I come home.
He was killed last night around dinner time. Where were you then?
On the road, I reckon. I've been up to Big D for the last 5-6 days.
You drive back?
Didn't have nothing to drive back in. I hitch rides. Come back same way I went.
And got here at 5 a.m.? When'd you leave Dallas?
Well, yesterday afternoon, I guess, about 2 o'clock. Why? Why are you asking me this? You're supposed to be finding out who killed Frank.
Now, don't get steaming, Jeff. Ranger's got a reason for asking.
You didn't touch anything in the house when you got in?
Ranger, first thing I saw was my brother laying there on the kitchen floor. Then I hightailed back to the highway and called the sheriff. Waited right there till he come pick me up.
Okay. Your brother been having trouble with anybody? You know of any reason why anybody might want to kill him?
Oh, no. Nothing I can think of. Except...
Go ahead, Jeff.
Well, just something come to my mind, Sheriff, but no, couldn't be him.
Couldn't be who?
Come on, Jeff. Your brother's laying dead in there. We got to know every little thing, no matter how small.
Well, all right. Just before I left, Frank did have a little argument with Uncle Joe.
Uncle Joe?
Who's he?
Old sharecropper. Been working a good piece of this farm for Frank.
What was the argument between him and Frank?
Well, old Joe claimed that Frank owed him some money from the crop. Frank said it didn't. They's both pretty hot about it.
Well, that don't sound like your brother Frank. Or Uncle Joe.
Well, I know it don't. It was probably just a misunderstanding. They straightened out. That's why I told you it wasn't worth mentioning.
When it comes to murder, anything is worth mentioning. And this sounds like it might be plenty important. Sheriff, we'd better ask Uncle Joe to account for his movements last night.
We haven't seen him around, but his granddaughter, Belle, might be able to tell us something. She's been standing around outside the house ever since we got here.
Look, I'd like to go back to Marjan. She needs somebody with her.
All right, go ahead. And tell Belle to come in here, will you?
All right. I'll send her right in.
Oh, just a second, Jeff.
Yeah?
You must be pretty tired. You have much trouble catching rides last night?
Well, I got one long ride in a truck.
Oh, you know who owned the truck or anything about the driver?
Well, no. No, I didn't talk to the driver much. I slept most of the time. I think it was out of state truck.
Well, truckers usually don't like sleeping rider beside them on a night haul.
Well, this fellow let me sleep on a shelf up in back of the cab.
Oh, I see. All right. Send Belle in.
Okay.
You've been asking him a lot of funny questions.
Yeah, and he's been giving me a lot of funny answers.
What do you mean, Jace?
That stuff about sleeping on the shelf in a truck cab. He never slept in that suit he's wearing. It's too well pressed.
So he changed clothes when he got home this morning.
He said he ran to call you the minute he saw his brother.
You want to see me, Mr. Ranger?
Yes, Belle. Come in. Belle, you and your grandfather, Uncle Joe, you live on this farm?
Yes, sir. That little house down there near the meadow. You can see it.
Just the two of you?
Yes, sir.
Where was your grandfather last night?
He was home, sir. He don't never go no place.
Was he home all night? Where was he at dinner time?
Home, sir, honest. Only time he left was for a few minutes to bring... He didn't leave the house at all. Not at no time. He didn't leave the house at all.
Belle, you're lying.
No, Sheriff, no, I'm not.
Look, Belle, you started to say something, then you backed away from
No, sir,
it.
I didn't.
Belle, if you want to help us and your grandfather, you better talk up.
I told you everything, honest, I did.
With all this going on, why Grandpa around? Why'd he run off?
He didn't run off. He went to the church to pray for Mr. Frank. He loved Mr. Frank. He would never hurt him. Mr. Frank was good to us.
Where's their church, Sheriff?
Left fork of the road this side of town, but he probably ran off someplace.
We'll find out about that later if he isn't at the church. Let's go. Uncle Joe was at his church, all right. We saw him kneeling in the dim light when we opened the door. Sheriff beckoned to him, and he came out into the sunlight. Tears were streaming down his face.
I was just saying the prayers to Mr. Frank, Sheriff. I didn't know you'd be needing me for anything, sir.
Where were you at dinner time last night, Uncle Joe?
Why are you asking me that, Mr. Sheriff?
Just answer the question, Uncle Joe.
You can't be figuring that I killed Mr. Frank, is you?
We just want to know where you were.
I never hurt Mr. Frank. He's the best man I ever knowed. Why, he's even helping me so as I could buy my own strip of land and my own mule.
Uncle Joe, I want an answer. And tell the truth. Bell already tried to lie for you.
Begging your pardon, Mr. Sheriff, but don't nobody never have to lie for me, sir. The truth ain't never hurt me. I ain't never hurt the truth.
Well, you'd better tell the truth.
Just a minute, Sheriff. Uncle Joe, did you leave your house at supper time yesterday?
Yes, sir, Mr. Ranger. I did.
Where'd you go?
To Mr. Frank's house, sir, like I did every evening, to bring him some of Bell's fresh bread for his supper.
Uncle Joe, I better tell you right now that anything you say from here on can be used against you.
Used against me for what, sir? Ain't nothing I'm ashamed to tell.
How long did you stay there?
Mr. Frank was cooking him some food. I just stayed long enough to leave the bread and to fix up with him to meet him Friday at the bank so he could give me my money.
What money?
What was mine from working on shares.
Are you saying Frank Whalen was holding money of yours?
You had an argument about whether or not he owed you that money, didn't you?
Mr. Frank and me ain't never had no argument, sir. He was my good friend.
Hey, Jace, here comes one of my deputies, Ben Sloan.
I thought he and the other boys were beating around the farm.
You know, they might have found something. Howdy, Ben.
Howdy, Sheriff.
What's that you got wrapped in that newspaper?
This.
What? A bloody knife.
Where'd you get it?
Reckon old Uncle Joe here could tell you as well as I can. We found it in the weeds, out behind his shack on Whalen's farm.
You are listening to Tales of the Texas Rangers, starring Joel McCrea as Ranger Jace Pearson. We continue now with tonight's case, The Devil's Share, an authentic story from the files of the Texas Rangers.
Uncle Joe stared at the blood-stained knife the deputy had found behind his house. The stare was a look of recognition.
You ever seen this knife before, Uncle Joe? Come on, answer me.
You know we've seen it before, Sheriff. Can tell just by looking at him.
How about it, Uncle Joe?
Yes, sir, Mr. Ranger. It's mine. It's just an old whittling knife. But I never used that or nothing else on Mr. Frank.
Uncle Joe, you're under arrest for the murder of Frank Whalen.
Mr. Sheriff, I'm telling you here, outside of God's own house, I never done it.
Think maybe you better deputize a few more men, Sheriff. We might need 'em.
Why? What for?
People around here thought mighty high of Frank Whalen, Jace. They aren't going to cotton to the idea of him being killed by somebody he took in and helped.
And you can't blame him for that.
I can blame anybody for anything that doesn't follow the law. You're not going to have any problem with Uncle Joe, Sheriff. I'm going to take him off your hands.
Now, hold on, Jace. He's my prisoner, and I'll guarantee his safety.
I know you'd protect him. That isn't why I'm taking him. I'll give you a receipt for him and bring him back here later.
Where are you taking him?
On a radio for Unit 88, the Ranger plane, to pick us up and fly us to Austin. And you'd better hand over that knife, Ben. That goes with me. I put through my call to Camp Mabry, Austin, and the Ranger plane picked us up at the nearest airfield. Uncle Joe tightened up as we took off, and his lips moved like he was praying. After that, he relaxed.
Where you taking me to, sir?
Ranger camp and lab at Austin, Uncle Joe. You know what a lie detector is?
No, sir.
Well, it's a kind of a machine. It's called a polygraph. It can tell whether a man is lying or telling the truth. Now, whether or not you take the test is up to you. We can't force you.
Look, I'm colored, folks, sir. Would it work right on me?
Yeah. It'll work all right, Uncle Joe.
Well, if you say it's all right, Mr. Ranger, then I'll do it. I trust you, sir. You's good folks. Like Mr. Frank was.
We landed at Camp Maybury. I dropped the blood-stained knife at the lab and then took Uncle Joe upstairs to the polygraph room. He wavered a little when we seated him in the chair and fixed the bands to measure his blood pressure, pulse, and respiration.
Sir, this chair... This ain't no electric chair, is it?
Now, don't worry. It won't hurt you, Uncle Joe.
We're ready to go, Jace.
Okay. I'll be waiting in the next office.
Now, no matter what I ask you, Uncle Joe, I want you to answer yes or no. That's all, understand?
Yes, sir.
Is your name Uncle Joe?
Yes, sir.
Is Belle your granddaughter?
Yes, sir.
Do you go to church?
Yes, sir.
I waited in the next office, knowing what was happening. The technician would go through the list of questions, the simple, harmless questions that would register truthful reaction on the graph. And then he'd start to hit the questions that mattered, the questions about Frank Whalen.
Yes, sir.
Did you have an argument with him about money?
No, sir.
Did you use a knife on him?
No, sir.
Did you kill Frank Whalen?
No, sir.
Was the knife with the blood on it yours?
Yes, sir.
Do you know how the blood got on it?
No, sir.
Is that the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
That's all, I guess. Now, you just stay put, Uncle Joe. I'll take those things off you in a minute.
Yes.
We're all finished, Jace.
Good. What was the reaction?
Looks like he's telling the truth, Jace, all the way down the line.
Even about not having an argument with Frank Whalen over money?
According to the graph, no argument. He wasn't lying.
Good, because that means somebody else was lying. I'm going to take him back to...
Just a second, Jace. Kenny speaking. Yeah. I'll tell him. He'll be right down. And that was the lab on that knife you brought in.
Yeah, they typed the blood?
It isn't human blood, Jace. It's chicken blood.
Unit 88 flew us back to the airfield where I'd left my car and horse trailer. The sheriff had been notified that we were returning, and he met us at the jail with a couple of deputies. At my request, Uncle Joe agreed to spend the night in a cell for safekeeping. Then I filled the sheriff in on what I'd found out at Austin.
Chicken blood. I don't get it, Jace. Why didn't Uncle Joe say he'd use that knife to kill a hen?
Because he didn't. That knife was planted where it was found. And whoever planted it didn't expect the investigation to go any further. Uncle Joe kept the knife in the shed behind his house. Killer got it during the night after the murder, stuck a hen with it, and tossed it in the weeds.
Have to be somebody who knew the place pretty well to find that knife and do the planting.
It was somebody who knew the place.
Frank's brother, Jeff?
Frank's brother, Jeff. What do you know about him? Has he ever been in any trouble?
Not around here.
We better check and find out where he stayed in Dallas and who saw him while he was there. We don't know for sure he was there.
Oh, he was there, all right.
How do you know?
Because Luther Riggs saw him. Luther just drove back from Dallas this morning. I met him about an hour ago, and he told me he'd seen Jeff there.
How long was Riggs up in Dallas?
Just overnight. Quick business trip. Why?
And doesn't it seem kind of funny that Jeff hitchhiked back here in such a hurry when he could have stayed over until this morning and gotten a sure ride with somebody he knew?
Didn't think of that.
Where does Riggs live?
Farm, 4 mile out.
Let's drive out there. I want to see him.
Well, howdy, Sheriff. Come out to give me a hand with my milking?
No, thanks. Let go of that cow for a minute, Luther. I want you to meet Ranger Pearson.
Well, sure thing. Howdy.
Howdy. The sheriff tells me you met Jeff Whalen up in Dallas yesterday.
Yeah, that's right.
When?
I reckon it was just about 9 o'clock a.m. I'd been driving most of the night to get there. Stopped for a red light, and there was Jeff just fixing to cross the street.
You talked to him at all?
Sure. Told him to hop in, and I'd take him wherever he was going. He said he was just drifting around, so we went and had some breakfast together.
Did he tell you he was heading back for home?
Not right off, he didn't. Sounded first like he was planning to spend quite a while in Big D. Didn't say nothing about coming home until...
Well, until after I told him that Marjan's folks had told me that Marjan and Frank was getting ready to set the date.
You mean he didn't know his brother was going to get married?
Didn't seem to. Matter of fact, now that you mention it, he looked right upset when I brought it up. Maybe it was because of Frank not telling him. Or maybe it was because...
Maybe it was what? Go ahead.
I think I can answer that one, Jace. Marjan and Jeff used to walk out together about a year ago. Then Marjan sort of broke off with him. Took up with Frank later.
That's right, Ranger. But Jeff never looked like it bothered him none.
The way a man looks doesn't have anything to do with what goes on inside of him. Thanks for your help, Riggs. Come on, Sheriff.
You're welcome.
Yeah, looks like we dug up a motive, Jace.
Yeah, but we need evidence to go with it. Jeff left Dallas a lot earlier than he told us he did.
Not much chance of digging up anybody who gave him a lift, I guess.
I'd say no chance at all. There's something else we can look for, though.
What's that?
Remember my saying that his clothes didn't look like he'd slept in them or driven a long way in them?
Yeah, I do.
The only reason he'd have changed clothes would be because the things he'd been wearing might have gotten blood on them.
Well, I'm not saying you're wrong, Jace, but we combed that house. There wasn't nothing there.
No. But they'll be on the farm someplace.
What makes you think so?
Jeff couldn't risk being seen around any place last night. Any move he'd make would have to be on foot. He had no other way. So it's a good bet he stuck close by the farm until he called you this morning. I got my horse in the trailer. I'll pick up one for you and take another look around.
Jace, we've been out here half the night. I don't think we're going to find anything.
Maybe not.
Come on back to my place and let's hit the sack. When we wake up, we can start out fresh.
I don't want to wait too long. If we come here by daylight, Jeff will see us looking.
Well, I'm beat. Can't we just go into the trees over yonder and rest a while?
Yeah, I guess so. It'll be dawn in about 2 hours. We can move faster then with a little light.
Good. Come on, boy, over at the trees. We'll all take a breather.
Come on, Sharky. We moved into the trees, dismounted, and hobbled the horses. The sheriff dozed off quickly, and then I began to nod. But an hour later, I came out of it. There was a bright glow across the fields, beyond some corn stalks, and it wasn't the morning sun. I put my hand over the sheriff's mouth and shook him. Shh. Hey, look over there.
Looks like a fire.
Yeah, just beyond the corn. Come on, quick and quiet.
What do you think it is?
Jeff Whalen, burning those clothes we've been looking for. We ran for the cornfield, and when we got into it, the light rustle of the morning wind in the stalks covered our approach. Came to the edge of the field and saw him, Jeff Whalen, dumping kerosene on a pile of smoldering cloth.
Look, Jace. Those boards in that hole.
Yeah, old well covered over. He dumped the clothes in there last night. Now he's come back to burn them.
Must have been some water in the well. They're smoldering. They won't burn right.
He will if he keeps pouring kerosene on them long enough. Let's get him.
All right, Jeff. What? That's enough. Drop that can. Drop it, I said.
Well, sure. Sure, I'll drop it.
Watch it, Jace!
He threw the can onto the fire, and a sheet of flame leaped up between us like a blinding flare. I dove across it, trying to clear my eyes.
Look out, Case. He's got a knife.
I was on him before I saw him. The blade flashed. I dug for my gun, but I couldn't bring it up in time. The knife slashed into my shoulder and went to the ground. He landed on top of me, but as he raised his hand to strike, I got my gun free with my left hand and slapped the barrel against the side of his head.
You all right, Case?
Yeah. I guess my shirt will need a little stitching, though.
Your shoulder will need a little stitching, too. Couldn't risk a shot. You were too close.
Yeah. Come on. Got to stamp that fire out before all the evidence is burned.
Well, that's only kerosene on the ground burning. I kicked what we need out of the fire. Plenty left for your lab to work on.
Good thinking, Sheriff.
Coming too, Jace.
Yeah. All right, Jeff. Come out of it. Come on.
What'd you jump me for? I was only burning some old thing.
Yeah, we know. The old things you happened to be wearing when you killed your brother.
You were right about that bread knife, Jace. Look, here's what he used on you.
Yeah, got nervous about that, too, didn't you, Jeff? Decided to get rid of everything and let old Uncle Joe ride for you.
Oh, look, you're crazy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah?
I talk kind of a foreign language. But maybe the grand jury will understand me when they indict you for murdering your brother. Come on. Get on your feet. Move.
Jeff Whalen was tried and convicted for the brutal knife murder of his brother Frank. On August 2nd, 1940, at Huntsville Penitentiary, he died in the electric chair.
This is Joel McCrae, wishing you all a very, very happy New Year. Good night, folks. See you next week.
Next week, Joel McCrae in another authentic reenactment of a case from the files of the Texas Rangers. Joel McCrae is currently seen starring in the Universal International Technicolor production Saddle Tramp. Tonight's cast included Tony Barrett, Tom McKee, Parley Bear, Peggy Weber, Roy Glenn, Wilms Herbert, and Rye Billsbury. This story was transcribed and adapted by Joel Murcott, and the program was produced and directed by Stacy Keach. Hal Gibney speaking.
Thank you for listening to HOJO Radio. We'll be back again very soon.